Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
That's right. It's your hostess with the mostest, burning like toast is your naga, your nerve, fresh off the curb, jelly jam and preserve. Cosmon right back at it, big OG back at it, getting into it real quick. This one is gonna be interesting, y'all. This one is gonna be interesting. Now, this is sub, like, share, man, hit that button, man. Share it out there to your platforms and all, everywhere you need to get out there to your favorite platform that you're using, IG, Twitter, Facebook, whatever it may be, man. Share the live out there, man. Share the live on your own live streams, man. Let's get this thing pumping, man. Thank y'all for helping me grow this channel. You dig what I'm talking about? Slowly but surely, everything's gonna be everything, man. First off, all praises to the Most High Creator, Jehovih, the always was, is, and ever shall be, first and last, Alpha and Omega. You dig what I'm saying? This was an interesting find. The boy Cosmon done dug some stuff out. Now, man, if you've been in OAHSPE and you've been reading this stuff, man, it leads you to so many new revelations and ways to look at things that were going on at certain points of time in history that can be corroborated by primary source data, people being there in the instance at the time, and it has information about things that nobody would know, right? Things that nobody would you couldn't just come off the top of your head with this. And then they would be recorded historically, right? Not knowing that in later on times it would be a way of proof and recording a thing that actually started unseen in the spiritual realm, but ended as a physical manifestation of a deed done, right? So I was actually, right, what I was looking into was I was getting into the history, right? Because they say they make these claims in history, right? They make these claims in history, and they just put these blanket statements without proving it. And one of the lies that I've uncovered is that they just make this claim. They don't never go on to prove it, but they say that when the European got here, right, that through disease, they killed off roughly 90, they always say 90% of the Indians, right, got killed through contact with the European, right? But when you try to go actually look at the numbers, right, and then they put it on an extinction level event to where these people shouldn't even be. And then when we look in the historical record during the colonial time, we find these people still there and in bigger numbers than they were purported at the earlier time, right? And even if some are getting sick and massive numbers are dying off, right? There are still major groups everywhere, right? Like they make these claims like the Tamukwa of Florida and the Calusa of Florida, the Appalachia of Florida. You dig what I'm saying? People like that who become the Seminole later on, right? That their populations were just eradicated, right? But that's not true. The Tamukwa are deep in Florida today. The Calusa people deep in Florida today with land, with reservations, with all this, everything's still going on. So these people that they claim and are extinct, we still see them here. Maybe, just maybe, right? It wasn't us over here in the Americas that was sick. It was them who was sick the whole time. The reason there was no major American epidemics at the time, and I'm you notice I said at the time. I'm talking about from the first time we start to even hear about these epidemics is not to the 1520s, 1530s, right? And then they are just disease pockets, like little epidemics, right? But then they never tell you exactly who they're affecting because there is a people who it does affect greatly, right? But there is a people who are still here hardy, and they say that they go on to, eradicate these people or all this, but then we turn around 200 years later, they here and they deep. Maybe all that dying that was being done wasn't by the American. You ever notice they always talk about how it killed the Indian, right? They say it killed off the natives, mind you. They say natives because they're back writing these stories. Remember, there were no Native Americans before 1960. The social term in class hadn't been made up yet, right? So when you see words like Native American and all that stuff, black, you did what I'm talking about. You can date it colored, you know, Negro. You can date these terms, right? So I'm looking in throughout, some information that I had on disease, right? But I always want you to notice they try to put it on the Indians, but it was the white guys who was all the European. I ain't gonna say white. We got to get out that. We got to get out of that because when we saying European, I'm gonna show you that European in English, all that don't necessarily mean pale white skin. Hmm? Look, this was what I was looking into, but I'm gonna show you, the step-by-step process that this led to a revelation, man. Found in OAHSPE, bro. I'm about to show y'all something so crazy. How this is tied to, you know, a unseen action forcing a deed that went on to do a thing. Because out of this, and while we're uncovering cotton right here on Jehovah Chronicles number 142, right? While we're uncovering cotton, we're gonna show you how it ties into the lives of so many people, right? But I want to set the stage for you, what was going on at the time, right? And I want you to notice who's already sick. Somebody had to get sick, but there's somebody already sick, right? Dying off from different plagues themselves, right? Let me move this out the way real quick, y'all. Right. Let me see. I can blow this up just a little bit. Bayan. All right. Right. And this is from New Worlds for All Indians, Europeans, and the Remaking of Early America. Right. The overall theme of this book, right? The overall theme of this book, I hope everybody can see that, man. If y'all can see that, man, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Make sure everybody can see that real quick. Let me get this out your way. Right. This is the book New Worlds for All Indians, Europeans, and the Remaking of Early America. What you're going to find out is that when they were getting here to the Americas, right, and the religious leaders who were coming over, right, were documenting what they had seen of the guys who came right before them, right? When they got here to the Americas, they said that these Europeans, he was like, you couldn't tell the Indian from the European because the Europeans start speaking in Indian languages, dressing like the Indians, eating like the Indians. You couldn't tell them, the intermarrying with them, you couldn't tell them apart. He was like, except for some of them, right? Their skin color would get lighter. You wouldn't be able to tell which was which. And that's a interesting overall theme of a book, right? And this is by Colin G. Calloway, right? It says that 36, a Huron elder blaming the epidemic on the Jesuits. Hurons up here in Michigan, by the way, Great Lakes region, you know, they were in Canada for a while too. Then they got pushed into Michigan, Ohio area, and then they got pushed west. And a lot of them went north to becoming your Ojibwe and your Potawatomi stocks. You dig what I'm talking about? They're out of that Huron mix. A Huron is what they call Siouan or mixed. So this is why many of the so-called Hurons still spoke Algonquin languages, even though they had like what we would call Iroquoian or Aleut type or Mongoloidal type genetics mixed in with this Algonquin nigger style, right? And this is why Siouan people like the Lakota, you can tell they clearly got that Aboriginal American cut. They look just like niggas. They just light skinned. Excuse my French, but there is not a truer, better word, right? Because even when you say Negro, you're implying a brown-skinned African, right? We know that the American, the misnomer, the African American, they're only applying these terms because his skin is brown. Not that he's actually African, somebody actually tested it and proved that. No, they're saying African, or just like they say Afro, because dude, he grew an Afro. He looks like an African, but he's an American. Right? A misnomer. It said a Huron elder blamed the epidemic on the Jesuits and said the plague had entered every lodge and village and has so reduced my family that today, right? Now notice many of your Huron are admixed already. Negroidal, Algonquin, and Mongoloidal, Iroquoian, Aluetan, Inuitan, Cree types, or Timor types, right? They're already mixed up and have been for hundreds and hundreds of years, becoming their own people. You dig what I'm talking about? Thousands of years probably for the Huron, right? The plague has entered every lodge in the village and has so reduced my family that today there are but 2 of us left. And who can say whether we will survive? Influenza struck in 1636 to 1637. Smallpox returned in 1639. Huron population was cut in half between 1634 and 1640, and in 1648 and 49, famine and the attacks of the who? The Iroquois, the Haudenosaunee, right? Completed the deadly work. The diseases had begun. The Hurons scattered. Didn't I tell you they chased them up out of Michigan? Most of the survivors absorbed by other tribes, right? Deadly pestilence swept the coast of New England. Look, in 1617. Now, so with your 18, 16, 19 project, they would have been walking right into deadly pestilence. And who is there? Who is sick? The so-called English, right? The European. He is there. He is sick. He is in pestilence, right? But watch. They say they died in heaps, but they don't know how many Indians there were. Who went out there and counted the Indians? You a lie. There, see, that's the problem. Remember, they just make these blanket statements. Oh, 90% of all the indigenous Americans were killed by smallpox. I'm gonna show you that that's not true, and that not only during this time that they're being ravaged in New England, right? I'm gonna go on to show you that the actual Indians already had a technology, right? That it gone to inoculate the people from the disease. Cosmo not saying that the disease never came to America, right? But we had already inoculated ourselves and made immunities to this disease hundreds of years ago, before the European ever got here. You dig what I'm talking about? And especially in the 1500s, right, where we had to come up with a way to get past the sickness that people were dropping. Now, Cosmo not saying that people didn't get sick. I'm saying that to the extent that they tried to say that this was some extinction level event to where it wiped out all the Indians, right? It didn't happen. What they did was in a failed swoop, right? In a religious fervor, right? In a law system to back it up, which is today called white supremacy, right? How it works is they whooped you with the pen first. They just said you died, wrote you out of history, right? Because remember, this when their history started. Indians died in heaps. And the Massachusetts Indian around what Plymouth Bay were virtually exterminated. Virtually. How do you know? Did you count them before? No, you didn't. As reported by Governor William Bradford, the Pilgrims found cleared fields and good soil, but few people. The Indians being dead and abundantly wasted in the late great mortality, which fell in all these parts about 3 years over before the coming of the English. Wherein thousands of them died. They not being able to bury one another, their skulls and bones were found in many places lying above ground where their houses and dwellings had been. A very sad spectacle to behold. Right? So this is what that's what I was, looking into and getting into. Well, the dope thing about OAHSPE is, right, it allows you to put everything on the timeline, and a lot of the history that we get from the colonial times is sanitized. It has been iconoclast, changed from black guys to white guys. They changed people's names, religions, places where they were on earth, and sometimes they totally eradicate them on paper, virtually making them non-existent. You dig what I'm saying? And we see this a lot done, but OAHSPE gives, that time from the beginning of the Cosmon era back 400 years, which is called a time. Remember in your Bible where they talk about times and half times? Well, your God didn't explain to you that a time is 400 years. So we're talking about from 1448, right? 1448 to 1848, which is the time of S or spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? And we got a book that correlates right with it. The founding of America, what was going on. You dig what I'm talking about? Everything. You dig what I'm saying? This get into the Puritans. This get into and different people all throughout ancient Gautama. You dig what I'm talking about? Gautama is the ancient name for America. America's not ancient, right? I mean, it's old, right? But it's not ancient, right? So, but the ancient name of America is Guatemala, right? And the people spread out from Guatemala, what we call the center of America. You dig what I'm talking about? Or the two colonies, right? And we get into the book of S, chapter 10 and 5, right? And we find this. We find some, it just dropped jewels. OAHSPE don't care what nobody got to say about it. First of all, I've never seen a book where supposedly be from some higher source where it says it's not perfect. So we knew right then it was going to hit different. But we find in the book of S, 10 and 5, it said, God had said, right, No, this is God, not the creator. Right? God has said, this is the son of the creator, God. No more than what you will be in time to come, God, goddess, brother, sister. God is your brother, not your father. Right? So let's get that understood. God has said, I will go northward to the western coast of Europa or Europe. Right? They always try to give you these fanciful tales about, Europa is an Egyptian queen who was taken to the Isles of the Scots. No, nigga. No. Europa is the female goddess who the continent was named after. And it still stands to this day. Same as Guatemala. Y'all don't know it because you don't know many of your own Aboriginal histories, stories, festivals, but the oldest festival in America is what? What's the oldest festival in America? It represents what? The flood. And the new land that the people came to called what? What is the festival called? The Festival of Guatemala. Coming fresh out the flood myth. Practiced by the by the Mount Shasta Indians. The oldest one in the America. Older than the corn, older than all that, is the festival to Guatemala, the Adoration to Guatemala festival. But look, he said, I'm gonna go northward, up here to the western coast of Europe. And he says, my angel host shall inspire another people to migrate to Guatemala or to North America for conscience sake or for the creator's sake. Right? And look what it said. And it shall be proved in time to come that those whom I shall take across the ocean shall inherit Guatemala. Right? So it's another people getting there after the English, after the French, after the Portuguese, after the Spanish. You dig what I'm talking about? So I just want to let y'all know where we at. He's saying, he said, I will inspire another people to migrate to America, Guatemala. And it shall be proved, right, in time to come, which is now. So this is why we're going to prove it today. The creator ain't no punk. He ain't make nothing false, but I'm about to blow y'all mind. Remember, this is uncovering cotton, right? Let's go see who cotton is. And it shall be proved in time that those whom I shall take across the ocean shall inherit Guatemala, right? And they shall prosper in peace. So the people who came, who he inspired, who true God inspired to come to America, shall be a peaceful people. They gonna prosper in peace, right? That's a way to describe, that's a descriptive term to show who we talking about, because we got to find these people today in 2024. They're going to be a prosperous people who live in peace and virtue, wisdom, learning, and inventions. So these is going to be a peaceful people who wise and learned, right, today. Yeah. And man, after time, now in the Cosmon era, shall witness the difference between the people of Luamang, who is the false Christ of the Bible, When they talk about the God of the Bible, when they talk about the guy that Paul seen, the guy on the horse in Revelations 19 and 11, right? That has a name that no one knows. This the name you don't know. Many of y'all looking at it right now and can't say it. The name is Luamang. Guess what it means? The light bringer. What does Lucifer mean? The light bearer. Once you understand that this is the God and the demon of the Bible, Christ, that's the real name written across the thigh that no one knows. The guy who's going to be riding a horse, right? Killing people with blood, bridle hack to a horse, and going to leave 144,000 after he cracked the sky. Yeah, that guy, Christ, that real name that don't nobody know is Luamang. He didn't make his real name that him mama gave him worshipful on earth. He took a title of the creators. Christ means all knowledge. Guess what Allah means? All knowledge, or the most high knowledge. Guess what Buddha means? All knowledge. Guess what Brahma means? All not. Okay, you're starting to see it. But we know that nobody could be the source of all knowledge but the creator, proving the God false by his name, right? But we're going to take it to the actions that prove he false, because there's a way to tell these people who prospered in peace, right? Virtue, wisdom, and learning, right? Versus the Christians, the Puritans, huh? Yep. There's a difference to tell the religious people. There's a way of telling the way that the religious people were inspired and how the people of the creator were inspired by their actions, their deeds, their nature, their character. This is why it's so important. And this is why the name doesn't matter. But once we understand and they've gone ahead and parsed out who they are, it's best that you believe who they are when they show you who they are. Right? And man in after time shall witness. And now, man, today, 2024, shall witness the difference between the people of the false God Christ, Luamon, possessions, as compared with mine own in the northern regions. So he's saying just in the northern regions in North America, there's a way of telling the difference between those who follow the false God Christ and those who follow the great I am. Huh? Let's go look. And so God sent his angel host among the factions of Western Europa, right? And inspired mortals to rise up and depart out of that country for conscience sake, or the creator's sake. And those who were inspired of God crossed over the ocean and landed in America, Guatemala. And they named the place of their landing Plymouth Rock. Saying, for God's sake and for liberty, help us, O our creator. Now we got a little thing over here, right? A ship called the Mayflower, carrying religious pilgrims from England, landed in 1620 at Plymouth Rock in America, an area that became part of New England. Now, where did the people go in 1619 with them 20-odd niggers? Why didn't they go there? For God's sake and for liberty, help us, O our Creator. Let's go get into who some of these people were, because we know many of these are Puritans, but who else? And who start really coming after 1620? Let's go look. Right? But these people, they did not say for Christ's sake or for the sake of the Holy Ghost. And remember, these people must be in peace. So we know the people who came over here, the Puritans who went to Jamestown and Plymouth Rock, they were instantly in war. Right? We got to be talking about a people who are wise and virtuous and learned and inventions, and we don't see that with the Puritans. We don't see that with them. So we know we're not talking about a Puritan, right? So who we talking about? Let's go down here and look. But they did not say for who? For Christ's sake. No. They didn't say for Christ's sake or for the sake of the Holy Ghost. So we know that they're not Puritans. These people who were inspired to leave Western Europe, right, and live in peace, right, virtue and wisdom, learning and inventions, right, that means the people who were under the false god Christ lived opposite, right? They weren't probably creating inventions. They were stealing them. They weren't doing a gang of learning. They didn't have a bunch of wisdom or virtue. And they definitely didn't come in peace. Nevertheless, Luamong, the false Christ, his angel warriors had accompanied these people across the ocean. And when they saw what mortals had done, they departed by means of mortal ships, returning to Europe, for these angels were too low in grade to cross the ocean without the presence of mortals. Look at that. Look at that. Huh? And ain't they doing the same thing of what Christopher Columbus did? They spied. Oh, let me use the word. Let me use the word properly, how they do it today. They discovered. Huh? They're discovering. Huh? And they went straight back and reported it. Luamong's angel warrior had accompanied them across the ocean. And when they saw what the mortals had done, came over here, right? Set up a place in the name of the Creator, not Christ. They departed by means of the mortal ship, by means of mortal ships, returning to Europe, for these angels were too low in grade to cross the ocean without the presence of mortals. And when they had come, to the other side, they reported, right? When they went back to Europe, they reported to the false god Christ's angel generals what had been done by mortals in Guatemala or in North America. And these angel generals sent a dispatch to Hepsindi, which is Luamong's heavenly kingdom, right? So when y'all talking about, oh, we going back with Christ, man, just know you're going to Hepsindi, right? This is where you're going to be on your knees, a willing slave, saying, holy, holy, holy all day. In Hepsindi. Remember where your God said he's sitting on the throne at? That's a whole kingdom called Hepsindi, right? He just duped you into believing he the creator. So now you praising a one-time living, breathing man, no better than you. That's who Luamong is. This is Christ. Right? So they sent a dispatch to Hapsendi, Luamong's heavenly kingdom, to learn what his will and pleasure was. Luamong, the false Christ, sent back word as follows: lest the country fall into the Creator's hands. Lest the country fall into the Creator's hands. He already fought he's fighting a losing battle. Right? He fighting a war he already lost. But look what he do. He say, lest the country fall into the Creator's hands, send a sufficient inspiring host to obsess all mortals who have thus possessed America. Did he say some of them? He said all. Right? Those who he can get, he gonna get. He says, do not spare them. This should sound very familiar. This is Samuel 15:3. Do not spare them. Eradicate them utterly. Destroy them utterly. Do not spare them means to show them no mercy. Right? And what does this sound like? Possess all or ruin all in the name of Christ and the Holy Ghost. Is this dumb diverses? Sounding familiar? It should come out the mouth of your false God, Christ. Is this the doctrine of discovery? Didn't they do all that conquering, killing, and murdering in the name of Christ and the Holy Ghost? And it was Christ and the Holy Ghost that was forgiving the sins of killing the Saracens, what they call them, heathens, barbarians, and others. Wasn't it Christ that was already forgiving the sin for murder? Wasn't it under the auspices of a papal bull in the name of Christ, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, that the papal bull of Pope Innocent in 1452, aka Dumb Diverses, the admittance that Christ will pre-forgive you for your sins if you go and what? Show them no mercy. To what? Possess all or ruin all. But you must do it in the name of Christ. We see this in Dumb Diverses in the doctrine of discovery. Real time. Remember, we're talking about 1448 to 1848. Does anybody disagree that is the time of colonization, colonial times? Right? If anybody is disagreeing with that, y'all, you got a little more homework to do. We bring it like to that time. Right? And thus, which is still just the 23rd arc cycle. Right? Oh, excuse me, 24th arc cycle. We in the 25th. Right? Remember, in 1848, the 25th starts. So we're only talking about 400 years before the beginning of the Cosmon era, or 1448. Right? Right? So do obsess all mortals who have thus possessed America, do not spare them, possess all or ruin all in the name of Christ and the Holy Ghost. Do we see Europeans coming across in the 15, 1600s, right? Setting upon the people and either through disease or war go to destroy the people, right? But remember before that, right? He said, inspire, right? All, to possess all or ruin all. We see major societies that had lived, for thousands of years during this time be utterly eradicated. The Mayans, aka the Mayans. What about the Aztecs? Huh? What about the Incas? We see during this 400-year time, right, that all three of those mighty nations go out of, are for the most part destroyed, right? And thus it came to pass as regards this false Christ, right? Remember, this is the Reconquista, huh? The continuation of the Inquisitions. And his affairs. And thus it came to pass as regards this false Christ and his affairs with God, namely, they're going to explain what's going on. The latter had inspired for sake of the Creator certain people in Western Europe who were faithless in heart. Listen, y'all, they were faithless in heart, but not practicers of the rites and the ceremonies. So you can be a faithist, right? You can do the deeds of a faithist and not even have the rites and ceremonies correct, but because of your willingness to the Emet Shavah, or the standard of a faithist, right? Which is things done, good works done to others, right? Peace. You dig what I'm saying? Things like that, right? For those who are doing them naturally, right? Or out of, some other religious doctrine, but, based on a religious form, right? Like Christianity, but in fact are faithists in heart, right? But they just practice the rites and the ceremonies like the Christians did, or like the Buddhists did, or the Brahmanists, or the Confucianists. You were living like faithists, but didn't profess it like that, right? It just didn't practice the rites and the ceremonies. But the rites and the ceremonies get you all the way right, right? Now watch this. Forsake the latter inspired, forsake of the Creator, certain other people in Western Europe who were faithists in heart, but not practitioners of the rites and ceremonies, right? So don't get your panties in a bunch. It's about doing good. It's about doing good. It ain't necessarily about no rites and no ceremonies, about none of that. Are you good? Those are my people. Right? And sometimes these faithists in heart, indeed, right? Because to be a faithist, you got to do something. You can't mouth being a faithist. You can't buy into being a faithist. You dig what I'm saying? who called themselves Quakers. Huh? How many times we done heard some negative stuff about some Quakers, but you know what I mean? Really what we finding out is they conflated who they were too. They didn't put a lot of the stuff that the Puritans did, that the Calvinists did. You dig what I'm talking about? The Lutherans did, right? These different denominational sects of Christianity, like Puritanism, you dig what I'm talking about? Which turns into universalism, right? Which is Baptist in a sense, right? It is these people who are pushing the ideology of war, killing, fear, inquisition. You dig what I'm talking about? We had an inquisition in America, a great, well-known one called the Salem witch trials. But we're gonna get into that because now look who we're dealing with. The people who they say are in peace, right? Virtue and wisdom, called themselves Quakers. We're gonna get into that. Who they are, right? What their descendants look like. And remember, they coming out of England, right? So they didn't cut a deal. Now, true God then inspired them. So they didn't cut a deal with the crown to move them to America, right? Watch this. Who call themselves Quakers to migrate to Guatemala and to shape the destiny of the inhabitants to peace, virtue, and wisdom. Is this true? Is this what they did? Is that what the Quakers did? We're going to see. And these Quakers were covenanted to the Creator to never engage in war. Is this true? See, the thing is, what people don't like to read because, OAHSPE blows up your religious ideology. It blows up your belief system and then backs it up with historical, empirical data. Did you know that the Quakers were different? Huh? They didn't engage in war. Ooh, sound like a faithist to me. Nor to quarrel with niggas. We ain't arguing with niggas. We don't beat around the bush. Sound like a faithist to me. Nor to contend with any man for opinion's sake. Sound like a faithist to me. But when they say that, they talking about arguing niggas' opinions. We don't argue opinions. Not that you do, and don't mistake pacifist for being passive. Check. Don't mistake not engaging in war for being passive. Check. If you don't know there's a difference, all you got to do is run up on one of these faithist boys and you're going to learn a lesson very, very quick. Oh, we thought you was Christians. You ain't supposed to be fighting back like this. I thought you was on the... You're going to have to say that through a wired jaw, though. We don't engage in war. We ain't no suckers neither. All right? So we talking about these Quakers. So the false Christ, right, of the Bible, Christ of the Bible, who y'all mistake as Jesus. No. Jesus prayed to a God. His name is Christ, a.k.a. Luamon. So the false Christ, obsessing angels, fell upon the colonies of settlers in America and obsessed them to flay, and to burn and to exterminate the Quakers. Did y'all know that? So Christ used the Christians to flay, burn, and exterminate the Quakers for who? For Christ's sake, as mortals said. And the angels of the false Christ, Luamang, inspired mortals to lie in wait. Who? The angels of the false god Luamang, aka Christ, aka Lucifer, the light bearer, which is what Luamang means. This is why your God in the Bible can send a lying spirit, right? Because the lying spirits are of him, only a demon, right? A lowly inspired entity, right? Can send a curse or a lying spirit. Let that sink in. Only a demonic idol deity can curse. True God can't curse. True God can't kill anyone. True God can't accept praise. Uh-oh. Let me say it again. You know what I mean? Because they probably didn't catch that. You did what I'm talking about. True God, the Son of the Creator, can't accept praise. He can't use it. It does him no good. The greatest thing in the heavens is to do things for others and never mention yourself. Is to work hard and never have a selfish intention. Well, you know, I got to do this before I eat. You know what I mean? So if you don't work, you don't eat. And the spirit is, if you don't work, if you you dig what I'm talking about? Eating is working. Say if you don't work, you don't eat on earth. Telling you in the spirit, eating is working. How could you be a God answering all type of questions and answers and listening to minds of people all day, trying to be everywhere, do everything? You dig what I'm talking about? If you ever stop or fall asleep or rest. And look, the angels of the false Christ, aka Luamang, aka Lucifer, aka Christ, inspired mortals to lie in wait for any other faithists, right, who might migrate to America. So if they laid in wait for any other faithists, they laid in wait on the Quakers, right? Okay. True God has said, permit these hardships to my people to be recorded. Now, let's go look at this. In 208. The student can readily read about such atrocities in the corporeal records. For example, the witchcraft trials or the Salem witchcraft trials, the religious intolerance displayed by some of the early colonists and the persecution of the Quakers. These people, they was trying to kill these people, right? He said, permit these hardships to my people to be recorded. For in Cosmon, I keep telling y'all, we are in the 25th arc cycle after the creation of man, 72,176, or 176 years into the Cosmon era, right? Tell your so-called groovy guru to come and tell you what time it is. I bet he get the spouting Blavatsky. I bet he get the spouting the Vedic, and that's wrong, and they don't know why it's wrong. They don't know why it's wrong. It's off. They don't know. Listen, man. They don't know why it's wrong. So when anybody got to say anything, got OAHSPE got any, I heard the OG Rod Hayes. Shout out to the OG Rod Hayes, man. You got to come through and chop it up with Cosmon, man. I got a different type of understanding. First of all, he said, and it was a unintelligent lie. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna just say, I ain't gonna say he lied. I'm gonna say he misspoke out of ignorance because he didn't read it. Because anybody trying to say OAHSPE got anything to do with what Blavatsky is saying is actually ignorant to facts. I'm not going to say you a liar. I'm going to just say you don't know the truth, but yet you spouted an opinion about something you actually have no understanding about. Because I heard him on Sonetta say Blavatsky and OAHSPE had something to do with it, and then tried to tie it into Alexander Crowley. You dig what I'm talking about? And that Iwa shit. And they don't know that all that's demonic. He has no clue. You dig what I'm talking about? And then they go pseudo after that. Shout out, but they do. Shout out my OG still. But my OG is better than your OGs. Right? Because they go pseudo after this. Because the first thing he said was, oh yeah, just like in the movie Avatar, man, what was the plant's name? Iwas. Iwas was the name of the god that was speaking to, or the name of the deity that was speaking to Alexander Crowley. So that should prove right there that this is not the creator. Right? He has an image. Somebody seen Iwas. Somebody seen that tree. The creator is incomprehensible. You can't see him. He everywhere, doing everything all at once. Stuff only happened because he there. That's what people don't get. Dang. Thunder rolling through here this morning, man. It's going crazy. He say, for in Cosmon today, we in the 176th year of Cosmon right now. Right? They shall be testimony. What? These recorded hardships shall be testimony for us today in Cosmon of the power of heaven on mortals. Right? So that these things would become historical. This is the difference. This is the difference. See, to become historical, you must be able to put it on a timeline and give us a date and give us a historical event and people that go right along with it to prove what you're saying, God. So he said, let this stuff be recorded. so that these things would become historical. God suffered. God allowed, right? He suffered it. You did what I'm talking about. He had to turn away from it. He had to let it happen. He had to. Remember, God only do what the Creator tell him to do. It's somebody who tell God what to do. Right? In you and of yourself, you call that a conscience. Your conscience tells you what to do. When you rise up in spirit, you'll understand that that conscience you call conscience is actually the voice of the Creator. But God suffered Luamongs, the false Christ's angels, to raise up and obsess who? One Cotton Mather. Uh-oh. This is how we get to uncovering Cotton Mather, to make this thing historical. But this is where it get good. This is where it get good, because we got to go look at this Cotton Mather. Right? We got to go see who this dude is. You in OAHSPE as a bad guy? So that means if we know this world, right, he's going to have some apologists. Oh, man, he wasn't as bad as they say he was. You know? He only killed like 200 niggas. So what happened? God suffered Luamon's angels to raise up and inspire and obsess Cotton Mather, who what? Devoted his time and labor to establishing of this false god Luamon, the false god Christ. How do we know? We're going to go see, is it true that Cotton Mather, right, was establishing for the false god Christ? We're going to go see who Cotton Mather is, right? And we're going to delve off into his mix, right? And the said Cotton Mather not only accomplished these wicked deeds, look at that, but he put himself on record as a worshiper of Christ. That which follows here, that which follows were his words. This is September 1682. By this time, William Penn and all them who set up Pennsylvania, remember they got a charter. They got a charter from James II. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, they got a charter from Charles. They got a charter from Charles. All right. Now, this is written in the Old English style, right? So right down here, right, it's got it, right, in more modern American, right? This would read as, right, this is what we're talking about right here. September 1618. There be now at sea a ship, right? It wrote it how he wrote it, right? Of our friend Elias Holcraft, right? And now here it is, right? This letter right here by Cotton Mather, right? We're gonna go in here, we're gonna go read this and see what this Cotton Mather got to say about what he doing, not only to the Quakers, right? He hate the Quakers, right? And we're gonna see, but now we know why. He was inspired by the false Christ. What does the false Christ always do? Kill, murder, inspire war, death, always, without fail, right? So we ought to be expecting, if he going for a fall, if he founding stuff for this Christ, that whatever he's trying to do is something dastardly. So let's go see what Cotton Mather got to say for himself. This is September 1682. To the venerable and beloved John Higginson. So he's writing a man named John Higgins. There is now at sea a ship, right, for our friend who Esaias Holdcraft of London, advised me, Esaias Holdcraft of London advised me by the last packet that it would sail sometime in August. So he's saying there's a ship, right, that's now at sea, right, that's going to sail sometime in August, right? This is September. And it's called the what? The Welcome or the Welcome, right? Our Greenwise is the master, right? Notice they call him the master, right? But this is the captain of the boat, right? But they're calling him master. Why? Because he's taking over the indentures on the sea. This is why they must have insurance, and this is why the paperwork for the indentures were always from the captain, Greenwise, because on the water, which is called admiralty, right, he is quote unquote master, because the paperwork, they come down to the dock, do a paperwork deal with him, sign the chattel property over, which many times we're seeing are people, right? And while he is from embarking to disembarking, he is called master, right? Which has a board, right? This boat called Welcome, which has a board 100 or more of the heretics and malignants called Quakers. So he calling them heretics. He's saying they fake. He calling them malignants, saying they're against, whatever he talking about, right? So we know he talking about Jehovih, right? So if we see right here, he got, if y'all see that Cotton Mather has a hatred, right? He wrote a secret letter to his homeboy, Higgins, right? Because he got some information from Esaias Holdcraft, right? That he had a boat called Welcome, where our Greenwise was the master, right? And he gave him the info that it's going to be about 100 Quakers on there. This also blows out of the water. These people are loose, walking around, right? About 100 people. The idea that you could have stacked 3, 4, 5, 600 niggas from Africa on top of each other in the bottom of a boat. These people loose and free, and only about 100 people could come on. Mind you, this 1682. Slave trade supposed to be popping. But we gonna find out what they call it. Slavery. It's really not slavery. Because many of these people who so-called go into slavery are manumitted and just only 6, 7 years or so later are free people with skills running their own businesses with land. Sounds more like an indenture than it does slavery, right? But look, he calling them, if you see this right here, if you see that he don't like them, that Cotton Mather does not like the Quakers, and he's calling them heretics, right? And malignants. If you see that, right? Hit me with a 2 in the chat. So he already got an issue with whatever's going on with the Quakers. Now we find out that it's the God that is inspiring him that really has the issue, right? It should show them no mercy, right? So now they inspired a guy named Cotton Mather. We're going to go into who this guy is. We're going to blow your mind, right? He said, which has aboard 100 or more of the heretics and malignants called Quakers, with W. Penn or William Penn, right? The so-called founder of Pennsylvania, right? Who is the scamp, or the scoundrel at the head of them, right? So William Penn supposed to be on this boat in 1682, right? The General Court. Now we're going to see who this General Court is, right? We're going to find out that they're called Oyers, right? And these are kangaroo courts, trumped up courts, under the auspices of Christ, that he's supposed to be telling the truth, and you're supposed to be a godly man in that vein, and that you would do the right thing. So they setting up these quote unquote general courts, right, to pass judgment on people. You dig what I'm talking about? To pass judgment on people. And remember, we already got him caught up in the Salem witch trials. So let's go. The General Court, right? These kangaroo courts has accordingly giving secret orders to the master Malachi Huxted of the brig ship Porpoise. So the General Court, these judges and magistrates, gave secret orders to another guy named Malachi Huxted, who got a ship called Porpoise, right? Now this is Cotton Mather telling his boy was about to go down, right? He told it. Now Huxted in the purpose was to waylay or ambush the Welcome, where William Penn and them was, when it passes near the coast of Cape Cod. So this is Northeast America. And make captives of Penn and his ungodly crew. Now remember, true God said these people are peaceful, virtuous, wise, right? Inventive. But look what Cotton is calling them. He's calling them ungodly. Why is he calling them ungodly? Because they will not praise the false God, Christ, of their Puritan and Bible beliefs. So now they are ungodly. How could that be when God himself inspired them to come here? Let that sink in. So that the Lord, look, the Lord, this is what Cotton, he said, make captives of Penn and his ungodly crew, so that the Lord may be glorified and not mocked on the soil of this new country with the heathen worshipers of these people. Heathen worshipers. So are we also the pagans? Because we won't worship your deity, your one-time living, breathing man who came out of the stomach of a woman? Because we won't bow down and kiss the knees of a stinking nigga named Jeebus who you invented. You invented him from the lives of true prophets that existed before him. You amalgamated the life. The dying on the cross in between two thieves, that's Zarathustra. Sorry. 6,000 years before there was Jesus, Jeebus was thought. 7,000 years before a Jeebus was ever thought about, let alone real Yeshua. So he calling them heathen worshipers because they would not bow down and worship their false god, Christ. Much spoil, much money, much fitting, much profit can be made by selling, listen, all 100 of these niggas, the whole lot to where? Barbados. Now, we didn't heard stories that the Quakers was actually the slavers. OAHSPE saying, nah, they had the people who are the followers of the false god Christ in that Bible were laying to ambush the people of the Creator and to sell them into slavery, into Barbados. So the real reason that a Quaker would have had anything to do was with slavery was that he was made a slave, right? We see now where they say where you can sell in the whole lot to Barbados, where slaves fetch good prices in rum and sugar. You are well, we ain't gonna give it away to what Cotton Mather is. But remember, him want rum and sugar. What are you gonna do with all this rum that you would get for 100 people? And we shall not only do the Lord Christ. Remember, this is Luamon, the nigga on that nag, right? We shall not only do the Lord a great service by punishing the wicked, who? The Quaker, but shall make gain for his ministers and people yours in the bowels of Christ. Cotton Mather, right? Now, luckily, we see that William Penn didn't get took up and sold in the Barbados, right? But now, this is what that initial question got me leaning towards. Who the hell is Cotton Mather? He was born in 1663, right? Right about 13 years after Penn and them start coming, and the Quakers start coming to the Americas. Right? Now, he died in 1728. Cotton Mather was a what? A Puritan clergyman. So I ask again, my question. Hold on, wait a minute, wait. Somehow I got off of there. Hold on, let me go back. My bad, y'all. So again, I asked the question. If you are a clergyman, a Puritan clergyman, right? Why are you trying to sell people into slavery, right? You're trying to put them into slavery, a good people, a peaceful people, right? And sell them into Barbados. But look what you're trying to get back for it. Rum and sugar. This past the soft shoe right here. This Reb. This Reb need a new cat. Reb need a little rum. If you don't give Reb that 10%, Reb gonna have to pull out his gun. Amen, Jesus. Right? But let's get back to this. Because he was a clergyman. He was a priest, a pastor. Huh? The Reverend Dow. The Geno Jennings. He was a Puritan. Right? The Puritans, let's see what a Puritan is. The Puritans were English Protestants. In the 16th and 17th centuries, so 1600s, right? Who sought to rid the Church of England of what they considered to be Roman Catholic practices. Huh? Not only that, the people who, they was banging on the Catholics, but as you see, they banging on the faithists too, right? These people are the higher life, maintaining that the Church of England, right, with James and them, had not been fully reformed and should become more Protestant or Puritan, huh? And he was a clergyman and author in colonial New England who wrote extensively on the theological, historical, scientific subjects. And remember, OAHSPE said it's going to make this historical. But we going to see some stuff about this dude, right? We're gonna check him out. After being educated at Harvard, right? Mind you, I'm just gonna let it out the bag. After being educated at Harvard, right? He joined his father, right? Mind you, he entered Harvard at 11 years old. He went to college as an 11-year-old in 1674. Remember, he was born in 1663. So as an 11-year-old, he went to Harvard in 1674, right? That same year, or right after that, or right before that, his father, who was named Increase Mather, right, was a New England Puritan clergyman, a priest in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Remember, James gave him these charters, right? And what? He's a clergyman in the Massachusetts Bay Colony and what? President of Harvard College for 20 years. He was influential in administration of the colony during a time that coincided with the notorious Salem witch trials. What we find out is Increase Mather, right, who is the father of Cotton Mather, right, was actually one of the, remember these, what did he call them? He called them the General Court. Right? He called them the General Court. We see that Cotton Mather's father, historically, is sitting on as a judge in the Salem witch trials. All right? Let me see it. Let's go on. Right? He joined his father Increase as a minister of the Congressional Old North Meeting House in Boston, Massachusetts, where he preached for the rest of his life. He has been referred to as the first American evangelical, a major intellectual and public figure in English-speaking colonial America. Cotton Mather helped lead the successful revolt of 1689 against Sir Edmund Andros. A lot of y'all ain't never heard of revolt of 1689. The governor imposed on New England by what? King James II. Remember, he had to get his throne back from Charles. Dodged the hijack on these pictures too, right? We're going to show you why they dodged the hijack on these pictures. Mather's subsequent involvement in the Salem witch trials, look, in 1692, 1693, which he defended, right? He defended killing these people in the book Wonders of the Invisible World, attracted intense controversy in his own day and has negatively affected his historical reputation. As a historian of colonial New England, Mather is noted for his Magnalia Christi Americana. Right? It is a title in Latin. Look, he's speaking Latin. But the subtitle is in English, The Ecclesiastical History of New England, from its first planting in what? 1620. It's only 43 years later he was even born. Right? He wrote this 78 years later. Right? Which defended the book Wonders of the Visible World, attracted intense controversy in his own day, blah, 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 blah. Okay, personally and intellectually committed to the waning social and religious orders in New England, Cotton Mather unsuccessfully sought the presidency of Harvard College, like his father. Now, after 1702, Cotton Mather clashed with Joseph Dudley, right? The governor of the province of Massachusetts Bay, whom Mather attempted unsuccessfully to drive out of power. Mather championed the new Yale College. We done seen a lot of dirt and people come up out that do dirt, come up out of Harvard and Yale. Even some of your greatest, quote unquote, black minds have been schooled at Harvard, and they all went on to do an underhanded thing to hurt our people. From W.E.B. Du Bois to Zora Hurston to you name it. All of them touched Harvard. Mather championed the new Yale College as an intellectual bulwark of Puritanism in New England. He corresponded extensively with European intellectuals and received an honorary Doctor of Divinity degree from the University of Glasgow in 1710. Now, look at this. University of Glasgow, public research university in Glasgow, Scotland. Not Glasgow, England, Glasgow, Scotland. Founded by what? What happened the year after this? In 1452. Founded by Papal Bull in 1451. It is the fourth oldest university in the English-speaking world and one of Scotland's four ancient universities, along with the University of St. Andrews. Well, in 1452, under Pope Innocent, we get Dum Diversis, founded by Papal Bull. Thought that was interesting, right? Now look, right? This is where it get interesting, right? Now remember, this is an Englishman, right? Born here though. A promoter of the new experimental science in America, Cotton Mather carried out original research on plant hybridization. He also researched the variolation method of inoculation. We're going to have to look into this. Variolation. Where did he even get this idea from? Right? Let's go look. Method of inoculation as means of what? Preventing smallpox. Remember, they're sick. Even Cotton Mather got sick. Right? We're going to look into his family and find out he had a whole bunch of kids and wives die from this. Right? So it's them getting sick, them dying. Notice the slaves ain't, the so-called slaves ain't sick. But remember, if you from Europe, if you from Africa, you got this. But in America, it ain't none. Not because it hadn't been introduced yet. It was old. Smallpox, all that typhoid, it's all old. And we already knew and had the science of what they're calling variolation, right? But we're going to get into that. As a means, an inoculation as a means of preventing smallpox contagion, which he learned about from a African-American slave. Now, let's remember, we're going to find out this is 1716, right? We're going to find out this 1716. How could a man born in America prove that somebody who is half Indian, remember that's what American means. That means you Indian and half African. How would you be able to tell? Both of them are brown, copper colored people. African, look what it says. African Americans, also known as Black Americans. Have you ever seen any two people in the world named after two different continents? This is a misnomer. And don't this mean minus? So you just Afro? So my question is, how could they have known anybody was African, let alone African mixed with American? If they're calling the American a Negro, and obviously you're saying that because the African looks like a Negro. So you're saying the American looks like the African. So if they got together and had a baby, how would you know which one the baby was? You wouldn't. So can we say here that the only reason that they're calling him African is because his skin is brown? They didn't do no genealogical test. Check. Wasn't no DNA in 1713. Check. We're going to find out that during this time, Cotton Mather life is falling apart. His whole children, everybody dying. Right? Look, this contagion for smallpox inoculation, right? Which he learned about from a African American slave. We're gonna prove that this guy, whose name is Onesimus, we're gonna show, right? He was given to the New England Puritan Cotton Mather, who renamed him Onesimus, right? So he didn't go pick him up himself. He don't know where this guy from and none of that. And all he knows is he brown, right? Mind you, terms like African American didn't exist before 1986. and it wasn't being applied to the people, right? We don't even see the very first African American societies or anything like that to the late 1780s, where people start 1780, 1790s, where certain people who were propped up by American colonization societies were calling themselves Africans and Americans, right? But remember, we just read the book where they said that the European came over here and mixed with the Indians, and that birthed the American. Huh? So they're using lookership to call this man Onesimus, right, an African, right? Now, look, Cotton Mather dispatched many reports of scientific matters to the Royal Society in London, which elected him as a fellow in 1713. Mather's contribution to the inoculation against smallpox, right, caused a violent controversy in Boston during the breakout of what? 1721. This is an important date. Boston, where they at, is going through a outbreak. So who got the disease? These English, right? And he's sending what? He's sending the scientific matters back to the Royal Society of London. Why is he sending them to them? Right? If he's in Massachusetts. Remember, the whole Massachusetts Bay Colony is under Royal Charter of London, of the Kings, right? Mather's promotion of inoculation against smallpox caused violent controversy in Boston during the outbreak of 1721. Scientists and U.S. founding father, look, Benjamin Franklin, who was a young Bostonian, had opposed the old Puritan order represented by Mather and participated in the anti-inoculation campaign. In a sense, he was right, but at the time he was wrong. Mather was right. Something had to be done. Because when we get down into the numbers and the rates of people saved versus the people killed by disease versus the people saved by the inoculation, it's a no-brainer. Roughly about 40% of all the people who caught smallpox died from it, right? After the inoculation, only 1 to possibly 2% after inoculation passed from the disease. Big difference, right? Benjamin Franklin was wrong, right? And he participated in the anti-inoculation campaign. Later described Mather's book Bonifacius, right, or Essays to Do Good in 1710, right, as a major influence on his life. So Benjamin Franklin was influenced by this nigga Cotton Mather, right? We got to get into a little bit of this, right? Because we got to go see who all these people is. Cotton Mather was born in 1663 in the city of Boston, the capital of Massachusetts Bay Colony, to the Reverend Increase Mather and his wife Maria Nay Cotton. His grandfathers were Richard Mather, right, Puritan minister, and John Cotton, another clergyman in England in the American colonies in the Massachusetts Bay. Check them out. This is Richard Mather. This is his grandfather. So they say. Right? I want you to look at Richard Mather. This is granddaddy on his father's side. This is father. This is granddaddy on his mama's side. All right? Now watch. Both of them prominent Puritan ministers who had played major roles in the establishment and the growth of the Massachusetts colony. Richard Mather was a graduate of the University of Oxford, and John Cotton, a graduate of Cambridge. Increase Mather was a graduate of Harvard College and the Trinity College Dublin, and served as the minister of Boston's original North Church, not to be confused with the Anglican Old North Church of Paul Revere fame. This was one of the two principal Congregationalist churches in the city, the one being the first church established by John Winthrop, right? Cotton Mather was therefore born into one of the most influential, intellectually distinguished families in colonial New England, and seemed destined to follow in his father's and grandfather's into Puritan clergy, right? Look, Cotton Mather entered Harvard College in the neighboring town of Cambridge in 1674, aged only 11. Right? He went into Harvard at 11. He is the youngest student ever admitted to that institution. Around this time, Cotton became afflicted by stuttering. Now look, remember they said they allowed him to be obsessed. Could this have came at this time? Look what started happening. At around this time, Cotton began to be afflicted by stuttering, a speech disorder that he would struggle to overcome throughout the rest of his life. Bullied by the older students and fearing his stutter would make him unsuitable as a preacher, Cotton withdrew temporarily from the college, continuing his education at home. He also took an interest in medicine and considered the possibility of pursuing a career as a physician rather than a religious minister. Cotton eventually returned to Harvard and received his Bachelor's of Arts degree in 1678, followed by a Master of Arts degree in 1681. The same year, his father became Harvard president. So Increase Mather was the president at Harvard. His son got a master's degree at 18. At Harvard, Cotton studied what? Hebrew and sciences, right? Watch this. After completing his education, Cotton joined his father's church as an assistant pastor in 1685. Cotton was ordained and assumed full responsibilities as co-pastor of the church. Father and son continued to share responsibility for the care of the congregation until the death of Increase in 1723. Cotton would die less than 5 years after his father, and was therefore throughout most of his career in the shadow of the respected and formidable Increase. When Increase Mather became president of Harvard in 1692, he exercised considerable influence on the politics of the Massachusetts colony. Despite Cotton's efforts, he never became quite as influential as his father. One of the most public displays of their strained relationship emerged during the Salem witch trials, which Increase Mather reportedly did not support. Cotton did surpass his father's output as a writer, producing nearly 400 works. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Let's get into his personal life because I want to show you something, right? And remember, this guy is a slave owner, right? The Englishman, Cotton Mather, right? Cotton Mather, he married Abigail Phillips. Where am I thinking? All right. He married Abigail Phillips, daughter of Colonel John Phillips of Charlestown on May 4th, 1686. So when he was 23. Right? So when he was 23, he married Abigail Phillips. When Cotton was 23 and Abigail was not quite 16 years old. Damn, Cotton. Nasty nigga. Nasty nigga. Hunching on a. And then they had 8 babies. Now look. Who died? Abigail. Abigail died in 1702. So she is 7 years younger, let's just say. So she was born in 1670, right? She died at 32. Dang. She had 8 babies in 16 years. Damn. All right, Cotton. Putting in that work. Abigail died of smallpox in 1702, having previously suffered a miscarriage. So she would have had 9 babies. He married widow Elizabeth Hubbard in 1703. Like his first marriage, he was happily married to a very religious and emotionally stable woman. They had 6 children. Elizabeth, the couple's newborn twins, and 8. Now listen. Remember, he just married Elizabeth Hubbard in 1703. Watch this. Elizabeth, the couple's twin newborn baby, and a 2-year-old daughter named Jerusha, right? So 3 of his babies and his wife all succumbed to measles, not smallpox. Measles. In 1713. Right? Same time he sending that information back and forth to, you know what I mean? The Royal Society, supposedly becoming a member of the what did they say? What did they say? He was an elected a fellow, right, to the Royal Society of London in 1713. Right? Now, on July 5th, 1715, Mather married a widow named Lydia Lee George, right? Was the English-American wife of a wealthy businessman, John George, and Reverend Cotton Mather. She was the mother of Catherine Howe and stepmother to 5 of Mather's children. Mather was a rare woman in the 17th century. She was well-informed, wealthy, blah, blah, blah. Her daughter, right, Catherine, wife of Nathan Howe, became a widow shortly after Lydia married Mather, and she came to live with the newly married couple. Right? Also living in the Mather household at the time were Mather's children, right? Abigail, 21, from his wife that he had prior, Hannah, Elizabeth, right? And Samuel. Initially, Mather wrote in his journal how lovely he found his wife and how much he enjoyed her discussions about the scripture. Within a few years of their marriage, Lydia was subject to rages, which left Mather humiliated and depressed. They clashed over Mather's piety and his mishandling of Nathan Howe's estate. So he didn't blew the bag. He done blew his wife's money. Now she mad. They're gonna talk about she about to have it out on him. He began to call her deranged. She left him for 10 days, returning when she learned that Mather's son, Increase, his son, right, was lost at sea. Lydia nursed him through illnesses, the last of which lasted 5 weeks and ended with his death on February 15, 1728. Of the children that Mather had with Abigail and Elizabeth, the only children to survive him were Hannah and Samuel. So out of 14 kids, right? Out of 14 kids, only 2 survived. So when they talk about the Indians dying, I think we need to put that story back on them. He was dying, right? He did not have any children with Lydia, right? But I want to show y'all something. Remember, right? Cotton Mather, right? Cotton Mather got his information from a so-called enslaved African, right? Named Onesimus, right? This is from the University of Toronto, right? It says Onesimus, the enslaved man that helped save Bostonians during the smallpox epidemic. How could this slave, he's just a slave now, right? How could he have helped anybody do anything? He's not even supposed to be able to read, know nothing, right? But not only he saved the Bostonians, he saved the people in Europe. They were dying. Let's go read, right? This is Onesimus, the enslaved man that helped save the Bostonians during the smallpox epidemic. Remember, they were in the epidemic? 1720, 1721, all that stuff going on. Watch. It says, in the early 1700s, I might have to blow this up a little bit. Let me blow this up a little bit for y'all. All right. It says, in the early 1700s, nearly a century prior to Edward Jenner's groundbreaking development of the effective smallpox vaccine. See, he wasn't the first. Let me show you who was the first. The disease had already reached New England, right? And other American colonies. So where is the disease coming from? Europe. They sick as a dog, right? The 1721 smallpox epidemic ravaged the city of Boston, infecting over half of its population and resulting in the deaths of 850 people, equivalent to more than 14% of the total population. So they dropping like flies. Now notice, we ain't seen no slaves. We ain't seen no Indians dying up here neither. Notice that. I just want you to keep that in mind. The outbreak also introduced the concept of inoculation to America, which was later credited with saving numerous lives. Inoculation, a process of inducing immunity by deliberately introducing infectious agents into the body, was a precursor to vaccines, crucial in today's battle against what? COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. In the history of inoculations, the contributions of the slave Onesimus are often neglected. Now, look, Onesimus was an African man, dodged a hijack. How do you know he's African? Why are they saying he's African? Right? Because he was in some sort of servitude, right? And he's brown. Nobody did a DNA test on Onesimus. And Onesimus, right, does not say he is African. He doesn't say that, right? Mather says he's African. But I'm going to go and show you that he's not, right? Watch this. Onesimus, an African man, right? But I thought he was African American. All right. So he's full African. Was sold into slavery to the Boston Puritan minister who? Cotton Mather. Now, I'm going to blow y'all wig real quick. Because remember, Cotton Mather, remember we're uncovering Cotton. Cotton Mather was a slave owner of a dude named Onesimus. Right? I want to show y'all. I want to show you Cotton Mather, the guy we've been talking about all day. Look, it's a nigga. Yeah. European roots. An Englishman. Slave owner. Recognized as white. Remember, this is after 1681. This is after 1666 sextesimal document creating race. This is a nigga. Look at Cotton Mather. Cotton Mather owned Onesimus. Now we got to go ahead and take a further look and go look at this boy daddy. Remember, I just did the show on iconoclasts and iconoclasm, where they make brown-skinned people into white people, right? They erase their nationality and their heritage from history by painting white people as these people and putting their names on it. But they didn't catch this one. Cotton Mather. Proven in OAHSPE, but when they tell you that black folks own black folks, that's bullshit. That's BS, y'all. Melanated Europeans owned Aboriginal Americans, right? Now let me show you his daddy again. He's a little swarthy, but I want you to look at the hair. They can't never hide the hair. And they was doing this hairstyle modeled after Charles, who we know was black. Right? Charles wore his hair like this. So this is what the courts and the English of the time are modeling their way of dress after. Right? Look at Cotton Mather. He owns a slave, multiple slaves. He owns multiple slaves. This is a Christian preacher, a nigga. Right? So let's get back to it. Right? Onesimus was an African man. It hit different. Right? We're going to show you that he ain't African. Sold into slavery to Boston Puritan minister Cotton Mather, who we just found out is a nigga. Birthed in America from European stock. Uh-oh. Something they done told us about this story ain't right. Somebody lying. Huh? And notice, Cotton Mather did not see Onesimus as the same as a human being. Now, according to Mather's records, Onesimus was a Garamonte, right? Which was likely an anglicized reference to Cormansi, a town in present-day Guyana. Wrong. I can't even listen. I don't like truth, no truth. You know what I mean? I don't like nobody to tell a lie. There are a Garamonte people, man. Look, I'm not even going to go into it, but I guess I got to. I got to now. The Garamonte are, oh, excuse me. Let me go back. The Garamonte are an indigenous people of Libya. Right? Hold on one second. Right? Here go the Garamontes. Right? The Garamontes were ancient peoples who may have descended from the Berber tribes, maybe, and the Tubu tribes, maybe, and Saharan pastoralists, most likely, that settled in the Fezzan region by where? Libya. Right? Look, the Garamontes first emerged as a major regional power in the mid-2nd century AD and established as a kingdom that spanned roughly 180,000 kilometers in the Fezzan region of southern Libya. Excuse me, told you. So there are a Garamonte people, and these brothers wrote this, during Black History Month, and then they still under the Christian ideology of out of Africa. You did what I'm talking about. So they tried to make Garamonte instead of looking and seeing if there's actual Garamonte people, right? Which there are, which is from the northern Sahara region or the Mediterranean region, northern Africa, and not from Kurmansi, a present-day Ghana town. No. Not even the right area. But see, they trying to put it in Ghana because that lines up with your out of Africa indoctrination. You dig what I'm talking about? Remember, it is the false god who is pushing this ideology even today. The false god pushed out of Africa and flat earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Remember, flat earth was pushed by the Catholics just 1,500 years ago. They was pushing flat earth. Huh? Now people say we pseudo and we spooky, but they taking the stance of the church. Huh? Of the Catholic Church at that. Yeah. You espousing your quote unquote enemy's doctrine, flat earth, from a false god named Christ. But we spooky? No, you're just unlearned. You don't know how anything is made, and so you're ignorant, right? And don't know anything beyond what you can see. But guess what? You can prove if you actually just believe in what you're seeing. All creation proves that it's not flat and that it is moving, right? And that the sun is not in the Earth's atmosphere. Dirt. But you're a dupe anyway because you're indoctrinated, because the false god is pushing this ideology. You no different than the Christian, no different than the Islamic, no different than the Buddhist. You are in belief. And guess what? To prove that you are indoctrinated and under the religious ideology of a false god, that if I prove to you objectively that you're wrong, or if I don't even believe in your religion, right? What will you try to do? Show me no mercy. You try to war against me. You try to kill me. You try to do something in harm to try to get back to because of your hit of cognitive dissonance. Because you've been debunked. The same false god that's pushing Cotton Mather to enslave niggas, right? Aboriginal Americans. We're going to show you that this is an American, right? It's the same God that's pushing flat earth, and it's the same God pushing out of Africa theory. And to prove that out of Africa theory is religious, what do they go right back to? The creation theory, 2 people in a cave in Africa, correct? They go right back to Adam and Eve, proving their indoctrination in real time. So if you just learn that flat earth and out of Africa theory, right, are both tools used by the false gods to dumb you down spiritually. If you just learned that, or if you know that, hit me with a 4 in the chat. Hit me with a 4 in the chat, right? We prove it's religious. They go right back in out of Africa with the Adam and Eve theory, correct? 2 people, man, woman, produce everybody, they walk everywhere, right? Right. South Africa theory. It's religious. Hit me with a 4 in the chat if you know that now. Now look. So we learn, and if you learn that the Garamanti are real people of southern Libya and not some made up Kormansi town in present day Ghana, because they're trying to push this out of Africa theory that somehow you came from Ghana. Right? Remember, they said Mather didn't know where he was from, but in his record they said Garamanti, but we find the Garamanti ain't from West Africa. They from North Africa. Uh-oh. And let's go look at how the Garamanti look. Because the Garamanti painted themselves. Look at the Garamanti right here. Look. This is actually a Greek. These are the Romans. But look at the Garamanti being fed to a lion. A nigger with an afro from northern Africa. Copper color. being fed to a lion. Notice the lion and the man are roughly the same color, except for this dark mane. This is a nigga with an afro. Look, what is this called? Portion from the Zildjian mosaic found in Villa of Dubuk Amara, depicting what? Let me show. Depicting what? The execution of the Garamantes, right? Let me go back. Depicting the execution of the Garamantian prisoners through damnatio ad bestias, or death by animal. They feed them to the animals. The man would have to fight a lion or something, you know what I mean? And these is in the Roman Greek games. Okay. But let's get back to Onesimus, right? So cap on Coromancy, and I'm going to call cap on Garamanti, even though there are Garamanti people, right? Now, while there is no records to indicate his birth name, we do that Onesimus was not the name he was born with. Now, look, remember all that stuff was going on, all his babies was dying. In 1716, a letter to the Royal Society, remember who's writing them, Mather wrote that when asked if he had contracted smallpox, right? Mather wrote that when he asked if he had contracted smallpox, Onesimus responded with a cryptic yes and no. He further went on to disclose. He told Onesimus, told Cotton Mather, right, that after experiencing smallpox, he had undergone a operation. Mind you, this all the way in the 1700s. You performed an operation where? In Africa? Them niggas ain't got water today. So we know you didn't do that in Africa. He had undergone an operation that provided him with a form of immunity. He went under an operation. What type of operation? Who are doing these types of operations? Are there different operations throughout the world? And who are do the people where he is do it the same way everywhere everybody else is? Right? This is just a couple questions I want y'all to think on for a minute. I gotta go do something real quick. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, y'all. Hold the music on real quick. Hit me with some cortex in the chat. Y'all learn a little something. My bad. My bad. I thought I was the mic was open. Well, look at this brother here. This brother right here named Not a Coincidence, right? He think Cosmon ain't already well versed. He think for some reason he got more knowledge than me. But look what he's trying to do. He's trying to make Onesimus an African and do to me and to you exactly what these folks is doing to Onesimus, practicing lookership and then telling him who he is. Right? It's not a coincidence that you're always wrong. Right? Because I'm going to debunk you and anybody else got anything to say about it. I'm going to show that Onesimus is not an African. Your feelings about to be hurt. I know you want to be a slave, you slave ass nigga. I know you want to be, you fighting to get back to the slave ships. Let me break your little slave heart. Let me put you back in peonage and bondage, right in your own mind, right? Because look, he went on to disclose that after experiencing smallpox, he had undergone an operation that provided him with a form of immunity. He asserted that those who dared to undergo this process, right? This process, this operation would be permanently free from the fear of contagion. The procedure Onesimus described was variolation. We're going to get into that, right? We're going to see where variolation was done, this early inoculation stuff was done, and was it done in Africa like it was done in America? We're going to prove that Onesimus and his procedure, his process was done in America. Proving Onesimus, right, couldn't have been from Africa or any other place because he would have did it in a different way. But watch this. The procedure Onesimus described was variolation, a now outdated technique that had been replaced by vaccination, a type of inoculation. You know, and this crazy part is, if I'm not mistaken, not a coincidence, right? This dude right here. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all this guy right here. Watch this. Watch this. Right? This guy, right? The Cosmo. I just love history. I don't care who it come from. You know what I mean? You're a racist and a dumbass and low vibratory person. You're prejudiced and hateful. Not Cosmo. But this guy, right? This guy, not a coincidence. He talking about some white man history. You want me to give you some real white man history on this guy? Not a coincidence. He was telling our people to take the shots. This guy right here, not a coincidence, was telling our people to take the jab. So who really behind the white man, so-called? He took it. He gave it to his family. Do y'all see how low vibratory he is today? Didn't we tell y'all if y'all take them, they're going to make y'all into drunks? People who cannot understand spiritual things. They can't understand the higher light. He took the jab and pumped it on our people. He was, y'all ain't black Africans and y'all ain't real brothers. You dig what I'm talking about? If you're not down for herd immunity, if you don't take this jab, that's that nigga, not a coincidence. What was we telling y'all? We're not even with inoculations. Huh? To try to cure a poison with a poison is idiotic. But in the time, that type of inoculation called variolation helped the people. But we in a whole new era, boy. This is outdated. You gave the people the outdated technique. Huh? They put that new mRNA in there, though, to whip it up for you. You're going to be good. Take all around. Go ahead. Right? Which is a type of inoculation variolation involved rubbing pus from one person with smallpox into an open wound onto an arm of an uninfected individual. Conducted in a controlled manner under the supervision of a physician, this method aimed to induce milder symptoms while conferring immunity. Mather was captivated by the idea of deliberately exposing the people to smallpox to immunize them as a potentially severe natural infection. Against a potentially severe natural infection. He hoped that this technique would help prevent smallpox and limit the devastation caused by the outbreak. Upon researching, Mather found that in addition to Africa, listen, the practice of variolation had been used for hundreds of years in Turkey, China, and India. Right? Look, variolation, right, had been used in Africa, Turkey, China, and India. He recorded this in his diary, the new method used by Africans and Asiatics to prevent and abate the dangers of smallpox and the infallibility to save lives of those that have it wisely managed upon them. That's a whole bunch of names. Watch this. Mather's efforts were help prevent smallpox using the approach faced religiously motivated opposition. Many critics dismissed the idea simply because it was practiced by cultures in Africa and Asia. See, the hate, right? But did what the practice in Africa and Asia, was it the same as the one in the Americas? Huh? This how we gonna prove Onesimus wasn't American. He didn't get his process or procedure done there. In Africa, he got his process and procedure done in America by the Indians, who was the only people here. Right? Preachers argued that exposing humans to harmful diseases went against God's will. In 1721, Mather and Zebedee Boystel, the lone physician in Boston who supported the idea of variolation, decided to use the outbreak as an opportunity to test the efficacy of the procedure. Boyston inoculated his own son. 2 enslaved people working in his household, and between 180 and 250 people, the residents of Boston. Of the inoculated individuals, only 6 succumbed to smallpox, resulting in a mortality rate of 1 in 40, compared to the 1 in 7 deaths seen amongst the general Boston population, which did not include Africans or Indians. These results showed that those who were exposed to smallpox first through variolation almost 6 times less likely to die than those who got it naturally. Now, let's go and look into this variolation, right? Let's go look into this variolation. Because remember, different practices are done different places, right? Different practices are done in different places. What was the practice like in America and what was the practice like in Africa? If they are the same, we can say Onesimus is probably African. But if they have 2 total different styles and ways of doing it, we can say that process and that procedure was done in American by Americans. Remember, Europe didn't know nothing about this, right? Wasn't until 1721 he even started writing anything about it, right? Now watch this. Variolation. Let me blow this up. Let me blow this up a little bit. Variolation. Now, in Asia, right, practitioners developed the technique of variolation, right? The deliberate infection with smallpox. Dried smallpox scabs. Listen, this is how they do it in Asia. Dried smallpox scabs were blown into the nose of an individual who then contracted a mild form of the disease. So in Asia, right? And we're going to find out, look, right? We're going to find out that this was done in many places. Watch this. How did they do it? What's the procedure? They dried smallpox scabs were blown into the nose of an individual who contracted a mild form of the disease. Upon recovery, the individual was immune to smallpox. Between 1% and 2% of those variolated died as compared to that 30-40% who died when they contracted the disease naturally. Now look, by variolation, by 1700, right? Variolation has spread to Africa, India, and the Ottoman Empire in Turkey, right? So what were they doing? Blowing dried smallpox scabs up people's noses, right? Now, in contrast, so opposite to what the Asians and the Africans, right, who inoculated by blowing dried smallpox scabs up their nose. So if we see right here that Asians and Africans inoculated against smallpox by blowing scabs up their nose, hit me with a 5 in the chat. Hit me with a 5 in the chat. If you see that the Asians and the Africans, also the Turks and the East Indians, inoculated by blowing dried smallpox scabs up the nose, hit me with a 5. Hit me with a 5. Watch me body bag this boy. Right? Look, watch this. I'm going to show you he's a dummy. Look at this dummy. He said, this is not a coincidence. He's dumb. Right? Right? He said West Africans taught the Europeans about inoculations, which led to vaccines. Abos don't know about this high science. Okay, let me show you that we do know. And let me show you that in contrast to the Asians and Africans, right? So remember, but going by your logic, if West Africans taught Europeans, the Europeans should be inoculating by blowing dried smallpox scabs up their nose, if that's true. But we find out that they already got this information by 1700. Cotton Mather don't do it till 1721, till 1716, and then he used it in 1721. In right, by 1700, by 1721, he was just putting his type of variolation into effect in America. So they didn't have this. Right? Now, in contrast or opposite to how the Asians and Africans who inoculated by blowing dry smallpox up the nose, look, the Europeans, right, who didn't know it, because Cotton Mather didn't know this, right? One of the most intellectuals at the time didn't know this. And their American cousins, the Indians, right, tended to inoculate through a puncture in the skin. Didn't he tell you it was a whole different way? Right? They told you they did it by what? Right? Where was it say that? Where is it? Okay. Here you go. He said he had undergone a operation, right? Now, if you're just blowing scabs up somebody's nose, that's not an operation. But if you're making a cut within the skin and then introducing smallpox to it, you dig what I'm talking about? That is a procedure, right? A process, right? Where they what? What did Onesimus describe it as? A type of inoculation. Variolation involved rubbing pus from a person with smallpox into an open wound, not blowing it up the nose. Killing, not a coincidence. You dumb. You stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? Because if that West Africans taught the Europeans, they would be blowing it up the nose. But they're not. They're doing the cut with the pus like the American, who taught the European. We just seen the very first American, Cotton Mather, get taught by Onesimus, an Indian, a Negro American. Because we know he's not African because he didn't get the African way or the Asian or the East Indian way or process to get immunity. Yeah, debunked. That's how you tear their whole shit apart. Right? This is how you tear their whole shit apart. Because he thought this guy right here, this dummy, right? This dummy, he thought that the Europeans did it the same way as the Africans. They don't, stupid. They don't. You're dumb. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Prove they did. It's stupid. Because I got sources to say they did. Look, in contrast to Asians and Africans, how did the West Africans inoculate? By blowing dry smallpox scabs up your nose, you little dirty, musty boy. You little musty boy. In 1717, look, you don't even know any of these people. You've never even heard of them. You don't even know who Montague is. If you go look up Montague, he a nigga too. In 1717, Lady Worley Montague, the wife of British ambassador, learned about the variolation in Constantinople. In 1721, at the look, she learned it 4 years later. She learned it after what? The royal, after after Cotton Mather wrote to the Royal London Society in 1721, right? She heard about it in 1717, blowing stuff up your nose. She heard about that, right? In Constantinople, right? But in 1721, at the urging of Montague, her husband, right, who would have been tied into the Royal London Society, right, and the Princess of Wales, right, several prisoners abandoned children, right, several prisoners abandoned children were inoculated by having smallpox inserted under the skin like Onesimus. They didn't learn this till Onesimus gave it to Cotton Mather. Cotton Mather wrote the Royal Society of London. Remember, Lady Montague already knew about it in 1717, but it's not until 1721, at the urging of Montague and the Princess of Wales, right, that several prisoners, right, and abandoned children were inoculated by having smallpox inserted under the skin like the American, not the West African dagger for a dummy. I just walked. See, they not really smart. And he took that jab, so he can't even get smart. He's a drug. Several months later, the children. Now, if you see this, right? Now, if you see, right, that the American practiced an inoculation called variolation, where he punctured under the skin, right? And that the Asians, the Africans, the Indians, and the Turks all used a style of blowing scabs up your nose. If y'all see that, right, hit me with a 6 in the chat. Hit me with a 6 in the chat real quick. If y'all see that the Africans, the Asians, the Turks, and the East Indians used the variolation style by blowing the scab up your nose, but the American uses the style of cutting and planting up under the skin, which is a process, a procedure, right? And he taught the American European that. If you see that, hit me with a 6 in the chat, right? So we see that it's not till 1721, after Onesimus tells Cotton Mather, right, in 1716, right? It's not till then that it's used in London in 1721. And they did it on prisoners first and children, and deliberately exposed them to smallpox. Now, when none contracted the disease, the procedure was deemed safe, and members of the royal family were inoculated. The procedure then became fashionable in Europe. If y'all see that, right? If you see that the process used by the American, which is a skin pricking, and the process used by the Asians, the Africans, the East Indians, and the Turks is totally different, right? Hit me with a 6 in the chat, right? I see the 6s coming in. You dig what I'm saying? Proving that Onesimus, and where he got his test done at, he couldn't have been in Africa, because in Africa they would have blew some stuff up his nose. He got the procedure done in America, which the Europeans didn't know about. So the Indians had to teach him. Going to show that these so-called Englishmen are practicing lookership, just like All these so-called Pan-Africans are doing the trans-Africans, excuse me, because they East African one day, West African the next day, North African, Central African, South African. They just trans-Africans. They trans into, they use the pronouns he, him, they. You dig what I'm talking about? So we see right here that Onesimus, right, use the procedure of the American, which the American gave to their cousins, the Europeans. It wasn't until after they got this information from the Aboriginal, right, in America, who mind you wasn't going through none of this. You dig what I'm talking about? And mind you, the native and the Aboriginal are two different people. So just keep that in mind. African slaves, now look, they said African slaves introduced virilation into America. How? Well, if African slaves did it, African slaves would have did the skin prick. But they didn't. They did the nose blow. So we see that these are just feel-good religious stories of Egyptomaniacs and Africanized Americans. Right? Because mind you, you got to be a slave too. Africans are always slaves. Right? African slaves introduced virilation to America. In Massachusetts, right? In Massachusetts, Cotton Mather learned the practice from his slave, Onesimus, right? So the guy in America is teaching Cotton Mather. They say he an African slave, but we just proved that he ain't. Because the technique is different. Mather publicized the technique, right? And Mather publicized the technique and the procedure was first tried during a smallpox epidemic in 21. Virilation was never risk-free. Not only could the patient die from the procedure, but the mild form of disease which the patient contracted could spread, causing an epidemic. Victims of the virilation could be found at levels of society. King George III lost a son to the procedure, as did many others. Now look, this is Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, the lady who put this into effect, right, in 1721, right? Deliberately infecting children. Right? She says every year, thousands undergo this operation. Right? And the French ambassador says pleasantly that they take the smallpox here by way of diversion, as they do the waters in other countries. It says the smallpox, whose nature and cure the measles follow, is a disease in the blood endeavoring to recover a new form and state. Right? So we see right here, it's two different types of what's going on. You know what I'm talking about with the procedure. And that still don't override the fact that Cotton Mather owns a nigga, whether he African or he a Aboriginal. Don't matter. Look at this nigga owning a nigga, right? Or look at this European owning an African or an American. Look at your enemy. So when we see people like Not a Coincidence in the chat, it shouldn't be a shock to y'all. He come from the stock of black people that will harm and kill you, just like Cotton Mather. This is what your out of Africa leads to. Religious ideology. Are they not willing to call you dumb, kill you, hurt you, harm you, do anything to you? If you do not believe in their ideology and hence their God, it's because they're Christians in heart. Religious ideologists. Believers. But remember, we're talking about a people. Right? Let me share this. Right? Let's get back to this. Now, these is William Penn people, right? Called Quakers, right? And and look what he said. They was trying to exterminate them, to assess them, to flay and to burn and exterminate the Quakers for Christ's sake, for Jeebus, right? Look, remember, these Quakers were covenant to the Creator and never engaged in war. Let's see if that's true. Right? Let's see if that's true. Right? Who were the Quakers? Right? Just a quick little Google search. You dig what I'm talking about? It ain't nothing. Who were the Quakers? Right? And why were they persecuted? They advocated what? Pacifism. Not warring. So while all that fighting was going on, 1776 in the war and all this, and the Pequot War and all this, these niggas wasn't fighting. They was like, okay, y'all good. We straight. Good. You want to fight? Y'all fight. We not fighting. You got a problem with them? You take it up with them. We over here. Right? Look at these. You can tell they faithists. They advocated pacifism and refused to remove their hats in the presence of government officials. Nigga, you ain't nobody to bow down to. Take my hat off. You ain't no authority. We only got one authority. Because of their beliefs, Quakers were persecuted. Who? By the Christians. By the Africans. By the Europeans. Why? Because of their religious beliefs. Right? They don't get this. They never see the spiritual side of things. Remember, these people we're talking to are drunks. With Drujas inspiring them. Like this brother in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? He's a drunk. A living demon. Somebody who can't get any higher light. He can't understand this. He only has one point of view, and he will hurt you or try to demean you or debase you to push his religion and hence his God on you, just like in the Reconquista, just like in the Inquisitions. No different. They are bloody, low vibratory men, just like their God. This shouldn't be far-fetched to you. Right? They are weak and lowly because their God is. So because of their beliefs that they wouldn't war and all this stuff, Quakers were persecuted. Didn't we see that? What did it say? What did it say in OAHSPE? What did it say? So your religious God who pushing flat earth, who pushing out of Africa, who pushing evolution, all this is from the false God. Him name is Luamon. He the Christ of the Bible. His obsession angels fell up on these colonies of settlers, these Quakers. Right? in America and obsessed them. These colonies in Gautama, these Puritans, right? These Protestants, right? These Catholics. He obsessed them to flay and to burn and exterminate the Quakers. We see this, right? We see this, and then we go look back at the record, and then because of their beliefs, right, Quakers were persecuted and forbidden to worship freely. They thus became early advocates for the religious freedoms that were to be embedded in the First Amendment of the Constitution. You ought to be glad for this. It's not a coincidence that all good things come from faith, or else you still be a slave today, right? Your grandparents, great-grandparents, they was all whole-ass slaves, right? So you should have been one too. We see you still in the mindset, you're just not physically encaged and in peonage. But in mindset and in spirit, you are. Now, who were the Quakers in the Civil War? Did they even fight in the Civil War? Look, yet one religious group, one, the Quakers, went against majority opinion and refused to support the war. From the early years of the North Carolina colony, right? From the early years of the North Carolina colony, the Quakers, or Society of Friends, held certain beliefs that differed from those of the other colonies. They believed in pacifism, that war and violence were wrong. This is the way of the Creator. We can't get past this fact, though, that this is Cotton Mather, who owned a slave, whether he was indentured or not. He didn't go on to teach Onesimus a trade, but Onesimus got his name into the history books forever, as the man who introduced inoculations to the Americas and to the English colonies and over into Europe. That information comes from the mind, soul, and body of an Aboriginal American, right? You got to dodge the hijack sometimes. You got to be smart, right? And then we see that, these people, right, now have been mixing and since day one, mixing and twisting up stuff since day one, right? Let's get back down here, right? Let's go down here. Let's go down to right. Let's look at Cotton Mather and the Salem witch trial, right? Cotton Mather's reputation. Let me see. Make sure everybody can see this. You dig what I'm saying? This is how you handle indoctrination. I walk them into the punches. You know what I mean? I let them say everything they want to say. Right? Then I drop them. Right? Cotton Mather's reputation in his own day, as well as in the historiography and popular culture of subsequent generations, has been very adversely affected by his association with the events surrounding the Salem witch trials. Right? As a consequence of those trials, 19 people were executed by hanging for practicing witchcraft. Spooky nigga. He's spooky. And one was pressed to death for refusing to enter a plea before this kangaroo court. Okay? Now, right, remember, they gave us these ideas that the Quakers was out there enslaving people, sending them to Barbados and all that stuff and all that, when in fact, OAHSPE reveals that, like Cotton Mather, they were being set up to be waylaid or ambushed and then sold to Barbados. So it would have been more likely that a Quaker was a slave than he ever was to own one. And then remember, the slave is being intermittently or as need see, the slave is being equated to Negro and Black and African, all at the same time. Right? Especially in our modern time when these books are being written. They'll use words like Black that they weren't using at the time. Right? They was using the word negro. Right? Were the Quakers involved in slavery? In particular, they were the first religious movement to condemn slavery and would not allow their members to own slaves. They were to play a prominent role in freeing, not a coincidence, hoe-ass grandparents, right? Because they were soft. They couldn't get up out of that they self. You dig what I'm talking about? What? Now look, they just told on themselves. When English settlers arrived in Barbados, they brought what? Enslaved Africans. Were they enslaved Africans? No. We found out many of them are Puritans. But why they calling them Africans is because they look like this. Now, I'm gonna go show you the granddaughter of the first governor of Pennsylvania, right? And then I'm gonna show who she married and how all of this is tied in, right? Watch this. Right? Let me get that out of there. Let me get that out of there. Let me get that out of there. All right. So we see right here, it's your boy Cotton Mather, right? But we see when the English settlers arrived in Barbados, they brought enslaved Africans. Were they Africans? No. They were what? Quakers. They just happened to have brown skin. And look, where was he selling them to? Right? OAHSPE done caught your ass. Creator done caught y'all niggas out here. Yup. Look. The General Court has accordingly given secret orders to Master Malachi Huxted of a brig ship porpoise to waylay or ambush the Welcome. They got William Penn and the Quakers on it when it passes near the coast of Cape Cod, right? And make captives of Penn and his ungodly crew, that the Lord, Christ, this false God, and glorified and not mocked on the soil of this new country. It's new to them, right? With the heathen worshipers of these people. Much spoil, what? He just told on himself. Much spoil and profit can be made by selling the whole lot to Barbados. What did it say? When the English settlers arrived in Barbados, they brought enslaved Africans. No, these are Europeans, just copper colored. Huh? Enslaved, captured from European rivals. Didn't they just waylay the Welcome? You think they was the only one they did that to? And they did it in what? Privateering. This is called pirating. This is a pirate. Somebody who crashes into your boat, raids your ship, take your stuff is a pirate. They give it a nice little name called privateering. No, this is swashbuckling. You dig what I'm talking about? This is killing men and taking their stuff and then selling the people into Barbados as Africans. Because remember, as soon as you get enslaved, don't matter, you are African. So as soon as you slave, don't matter where you from, don't matter your skin color, don't matter none of that. As soon as you enslaved, you become African. Because it's a religion. It's like being baptized. One day you wake up, you're a nigga, you get baptized, you wake up, you're a Christian. No longer a nigga. Captured from European rivals in privateering skirmishes, Dutch traders also brought enslaved what? Huh? From Guyana. Shout out to my sixth great grandma, Selassie Tamiakite. She from Guyana. Right? But remember, right? And then let me show you that these people ain't like no racist people, and that black people have been in there into the Quaker movement from day one. Right? Mind you, remember, these the very first abolitionists. So you should be on your knees praying to these people. Right? If you a slave, if you got any history of bondage, you know, these the people you might want to throw a prayer up for tonight. They had enough guts to say, you know, in a time, you know, where it wasn't fashionable, to stand up and say, yo, this ain't cool, y'all. Nah, we not with that. We not warring. Y'all go war. You dig what I'm talking about? You come from a warrior, God. You do. Right? But let's get into some of these black faces in the Quakers, in the Quaker movement, right? What about Cyrus Buster, 1732, right, to 1804, right? He came on the scene right after Cotton would have died, right? Now, I want y'all to see, right? He's a baker, an educator, an entrepreneur, abolitionist, and a leader in the free African community of Philadelphia, right? All you had to ever do was be indentured, and you're an African. It's the religion. This is why Africans go on to start the AME church, right? Who they praise in the AME church? What's the name of the God? Is it Christ? Uh-oh. Got a problem. Right? But look at these dudes. Huh? Look at these dudes. Right? Written by Vanessa Julie. Cyrus Bustill, let me blow this up, was born enslaved, right? Dodged the hijack. We're going to find out that enslavement ain't what they told us. I'm telling you, it's employment. They taught this boy a job, gave him a skill, right? He was only under him for a matter of a couple years. He learned this skill, got his indenture paid, right? And got an allotment for his indenture. You saying a lot, Cosmon. You're going to have to show that, right? Now, Cyrus Bustill was the son of a European American attorney, Sam Bustill. And what? One of his enslaved Africans. Got to dodge the hijack, but we reading what's there, right? Sam Bustill sold, right, his son to Quaker Thomas Pryor. But we just found out that, first of all, the Quakers are against it. So what is he doing? He didn't sell his son. He still synced his son. He knew his son. He was raised up with his son. And you dig what I'm talking about? He indentured. Sam Bustill indentured his son to the Quaker Thomas Pryor, who was what? A baker. What was he? What was Cyrus Bustill? First, a baker. Who was a baker who taught Cyrus his trade. This is not a slave. This is an indenture. This is how you indenture your child. You sign him over to your homeboy. Your homeboy got a skill that's going to help your son get paid. So for the use of his, brute strength work, you did what I'm talking about. You teach him the art of baking or whatever it is. It could be shoemaking, blacksmithing, whatever it may be. You know what I mean? It's that during an indenture is taught, right? Now, mind you, they say European American ancestry, but European, we just found out, right, with Cotton Mather, European in English don't mean white-skinned, right? Is this a white-skinned man? Is he white-skinned? No, but he's nonetheless English. Speaks Latin. You dig what I'm talking about? Speaks Latin, even speaks Hebrew. You dig what I'm talking about? And was a pastor for the church. Right? The son of a European. You dig what I'm talking about? From European stock himself. So when you say European, don't instantly get trapped into your prejudices and what school teachers have taught you. You dig what I'm talking about? You at that point, you're just indoctrinated and you're not using your brain. Because this is a European right here. Right? Descended from a European. Right? So European doesn't mean white skin. Let's get that understood. Right? We see that many of the Quakers are already niggas anyway. Right? Pryor, right? The Quaker, Thomas Pryor, liberated Bustill in 1769, making Carter Bustill, one of 104 so-called enslaved Africans manumitted by the Friends of Burlington Quarterly, meeting in France of 1763 to 1796. So he had only been in what? 7 years, 6 years. And then what happened? As a freed enslaved African, right? That's crazy. As a freed enslaved African. That sounds nuts just to say it. Bustill successfully operated what? A baking business. Huh? But if he was a slave, he couldn't know nothing, Cosmon. He couldn't read, he couldn't possibly count. Why couldn't he? He had a daddy who was a lawyer, who got indentured out to a baker who taught him how to be a baker. So the Quaker, the Faithists, taught him everything he needed to know. He didn't teach him, he didn't give him fish like you do a slave, right? He didn't give him fish. He taught him how to fish. It's a big difference, right? Because he ran this baking business for many years. During the Revolutionary War, he baked bread in Burlington for the Continental troops. Later, he moved to Philadelphia, where he became a leader of that city's black. So now he's black. He's African, right? He's European. He's American. And now he's black. Right? See the games? See the word game? The word play? They cold with it. They the masters of this shit right now. You dig what I'm talking about? As a freed enslaved African, he became leader of that city's black community. In 1787, he became one of the founders of Philadelphia's Free African Society. 1787. Look. So who's all these niggas before? He became one of the founders of Philadelphia's Free African Society. He was one of the first to contribute funds for starting St. Thomas's African Episcopal Church in 1792. The Bustill family was actively involved in the Underground Railroad. In 1897, Bustill retired from his business and built a house at 3rd and Green Streets, where he opened a school for African American children in 1803. Under the care of France, Cyrus Bustill married Elizabeth. Listen, this is where it get good at. Right? All good things come from Faithists, right? Right. Right. Under the care of France, right? The Quakers. Remember, they're called the Society of Friends. Cyrus Bustill married Elizabeth Maury. Right? This should sound familiar if you're from Philly. Right? Sometimes spelled Maury. Elizabeth Maury. Cyrus Bustill, who got taught by the Quaker to start this baking business, right? And was the son of Samuel Bustill, right? He married Elizabeth Maury, right? Elizabeth Maury was the daughter of who? Satterwhite. Satterwhite, a female, is a Delaware Indian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right? Elizabeth Maury, right, was the daughter, right, of Elizabeth, right, was the daughter of Elizabeth, was the daughter of Satterwhite, who was a Delaware Indian. And look, and Richard Maury, who is Richard Morey, a European American and son of Quaker who? Humphrey Morey, the first mayor of Philadelphia, appointed by William Penn when? 1691. Elizabeth Morey, right? The daughter of Satawayit and Richard Morey, right? Who was the son of Humphrey Morey, who was a Quaker, right? So Humphrey Morey, the first mayor of Philadelphia, right, had what they call a European American son named Richard Morey, right? Right? Who married an Indian woman named Satawayit, right? But I want to show you, right, the descent of these people, right, and what they look like. Because remember, Humphrey Morey, right, who has a son named Richard, is a Quaker, right? He was appointed by William Penn in 1691. Elizabeth Morey, right, who was the daughter of Satawayit, right, was a servant for several years in the home of Nicholas and Sarah Wong, influential friends in Philadelphia, right? So this doesn't look like no slavery to me. It says she was a servant. And this is the granddaughter of the great Quaker Humphrey Morey with his son and his Indian wife, right? But let me show you, let me go on to show you, right, that Cyrus Bustill and Elizabeth Morey Bustill had 8 children together: Ruth, Grace, David, Rachel, Mary, Leah, Charles, and Cyrus Jr. Right? Although no record show that Bustill or Morey became members of the Religious Society of France, which are Quakers, they lived their lives in the manner of the Friends and attended Quaker meeting at Arch Street in Philadelphia. Cyrus Bustill was buried by Quakers. Right? Remember, watch this though. Let me blow y'all mind real quick. Because now, remember, they just said he's the son of a Quaker, a European, right? And his son, Richard Morey, is supposed to be an American and a European. So the Quaker Humphrey married an Indian and had a European Indian son named Richard Morey, who turned around and married another Indian named Satawayit, and they had a daughter named Elizabeth Morey. Right? Wanted to lay out the lines for you. Watch how it connects. Watch this. Boom. Right? This is from Women in the 19th Century United States of America. Right? This is from 1841. It says, rare African American look. The African American. Remember, he was just European American just a second ago. Right? The son of an American and a Quaker. Right? And these are portraits connected to who? Philadelphia's first mayor, right? Connected to the first mayor, right? Who is the first mayor? Quaker Humphrey Maury, right? Boom. Let's get back over here. But now they calling them African Americans when they're supposed to be European Americans. But look at your boy with the fro, light-skinned nigga, African American. This is the son, right? This is an African American. Right? This is Charles Montier. Right? This is Charles Montier. Circa 1841. From African American portraits. Right? But look at Elizabeth Brown Montier. Remember, this is Humphrey's granddaughter, right? This is his great granddaughter, as a matter of fact. This would be let me go back. I don't want to mix it up. Right? This would be the great granddaughter of Satawi. Hold on. Let me go back right here. Right? And look at this. Look at Elizabeth Brown Montier. Look at this. Huh? Look. This is from African Americans. Remember, they're supposed to be African Americans. But remember, they just said they were Europeans and Quakers. Mixing with Indians. But we just seen that the Quakers was black. So, starting to make sense. Right? The Philadelphia Museum of Art houses an extremely rare pair of portraits of what? Dodge the hijack. African Americans. You can just substitute in Indian right there. Of Indian sitters whose heritage, and also you could say European Indians. But you can't not call them niggas. Because the Quakers was black too. Many of them. Many of them. Already coming from Europe. Not all of these people are white. It's not about white or black or skin color or none of that. It has nothing. If you believe that spirituality has anything to do with color, you've already lost. You've been duped. It has nothing to do with skin color. It's about what you do. Your character, your nature, your heritage that proves who you are. The Philadelphia Museum of Art houses an extremely rare pair of portraits of indigenous American sitters. Right? We can just call them, we're going to take the African out because these ain't Africans. We're just going to say American sitters whose heritage can be traced back to the city's first mayor, who? Quaker Humphrey Maury, who was born in 1650 in England and died in 1716. Right? Appointed by office by the office, appointed to his office by William Penn himself in 1691. Now look, in 1742, Mayor Humphrey, Maury's son Richard, we just read about Richard, right? He married to Elizabeth, right? The Indian, right? named Satterwhite, right? Watch what happens. So in 1742, Mayor Humphrey Maury's son, the Quaker's son, Richard, who is the half son of a Quaker and the half son of an American. We finding out that the Americans are the Indians, right? From 1675, right? So he had him when he was 25, right? And died in 1754. Married what? He married one of the family's servants, named what? Cremona Satterwhite. Cremona Satterwhite. Her name Cremona. You can't tell me that ain't a Negro name, right? But look, they just called her right here. Elizabeth Maury was the daughter of Satterwhite, a Delaware Indian, and Richard Maury, a European American, right? And son of Quaker Humphrey Maury. So how do they become African Americans? Can you say the pen is mightier than the sword? If y'all know the pen is mightier than the sword, hit me with a 7 in the chat. But see, Cosmon do his homework. Because y'all was just gonna go with, oh, she an Indian, Delaware Indian. Ooh, her name is Satterwhite. That's her last name. Look at her first name. Her name Cremona. Ooh-wee. You know what I mean? I don't know no white girl's name Cremona. I don't know no white girl's name Ramona. I know some Indians named Ramona. Now, mind you, look how young she is, too. Look. She's 35 years younger than Dog. Right? Elizabeth Mama is 35 years younger than Richard, who is Mayor Humphrey's son. Right? Oh, yeah, look, right here. Cremona Satterwhite, who was what? 35 years younger than Richard Maury. The union resulted in 5 children. And in Cremona Maury's, this Delaware Indian, right? And in Cremona Maury receiving 198 acres of land from Richard in 1746. So if you got that Maury last name, if you got that Satterwhite, which would probably be called Satterwhite, Satterwall, Satterwith, you dig what I'm talking about? If you got that name in there, you probably got some of that that Delaware Indian blood up in you. And also, you better go look back into who your ancestors is and see if you can go and get your 198 acres of land that was given from Richard in 1746 that came down from his father, Mayor Humphrey Maury. You better go see if you can tap into it. Do you got some of that Satterwhite? Some of that Maury in your last name? You better go look. See if some of these your ancestors. Do your genealogy. Yeah. She received 198 acres of land from Richard in 1746, 8 years before he died. Near Guineatown, which is another word for nigga. Guinea nigga. And the Guineas are from America, mind you. Guineatown in Cheltenham Township of Montgomery County, just northwest of Philadelphia. Right? You got some ancestors down there. Y'all need to look into this. Huh? One of their 5 children, Cremona, married a free black man named John Montier. One of their 5 children married a free black man, John Montier. Hiram Charles Montier descended from this union. Hiram Charles Montier. Wow. Wow. Look at them kids. They Negroes. Most likely yellow skin, yellow bone, red bone, yellow bone. You dig what I'm talking about? But nonetheless, you can tell it. Right? The portraits were painted in 1841 and depict Hiram Charles Montier. Excuse me. Oh, this is fire. So he lived to be what, 87? The portraits were painted in 1841 to depict Hiram Charles Montier, born in 1818. He should have been born a slave, right? Right? They say slavery was over, but they were still practicing it in the U.S. to the 1860s. So I was he born free? Maybe he's not African, right? How did he get this skill as a bootmaker? He was a bootmaker on Northwest 7th Street at the time of the painting. And his wife, Elizabeth Brown, right, whom family records indicate had lived in the city's Northern Liberties neighborhood. Living in Philadelphia, the Montiers were members of one of the largest free African-American communities. Dodge the hijack. How do you know any of these people are African? None of them are saying they're African. Nobody has told you anything about African. They were just called African. American communities in the North, although Pennsylvania's gradual emancipation law of 1780 permitted slavery well into the 19th century. So he should have been born a slave. But not only was he not a slave, he was a bootmaker. Oh, Hiram Charles, a free African. The signature, FR Street, on the reverse, now concealed by lining of Elizabeth's portrait, corresponds to an artist named Franklin R. Street, who was active in Philadelphia between 1839 and 1872. No other works by this artist are recorded, and no contemporary exhibition records for him have been found, though he was listed in the city's directories and census records. He was likely, what does that say? He was likely a professional painter, producing commercial signs and fancy work, as well as portraits. The paintings, nevertheless, adopt the conventions of high-style portraiture, including the elegant attire, grand architecture, and dramatic landscapes that characterize the works of Philadelphia masters such as Gilbert Stuart and Thomas Sully. At the time of these paintings, Franklin Street's studio was located at 41 Chestnut Street. Mm. Mm. Interesting. Interesting. So I wanted to tie it all the way back to show you that they was still niggas, right, in the 1800s, right? But it go back to your boy, Cotton Mather, and that's why we had to uncover Cotton, because we see that what they're telling us ain't the truth. Remember, this is a Puritan, an Englishman, born in Massachusetts, from English parentage. That ain't the story they told us, is it? They told us white people only come from England. Well, here go one documented historically as a dirty, foul nigga in OAHSPE, and we see him doing it in real life, right? Directly connected to the words that fell out of this man's mouth, at least during the Salem trial, upwards of 200 to 250 people were killed. And then he wrote a book justifying it in the name of Christ. Perfect for the bloody God and his indoctrinated followers. This so-called black man owned another one named Onesimus, but this Onesimus goes on to save Europe as a whole. He gave them the idea of American inoculation called variolation through puncture, different from those of Africa, the Turk, the East Indian, or the Asians who blew scabs up their nose, proving that Onesimus himself wasn't African. Was he indentured? Was he enslaved? It seems to be, yes, that's what it is. But he wasn't African, because if he was African, he would have did the nose scab blowing, right, from Africa, like the Africans did. The skin prick, right, was taught to Africans by Europeans, right? That comes later, right? The skin prick was taught to Europeans by Americans. The American does the skin prick procedure. Nobody else in the world does it. Let that sink in. Nobody else in the world does it. Till 1721, and Onesimus telling Cotton Mather. So that proves in the 1600s, they already had the procedure. It wasn't new. It was probably thought up in the 1520s, 1530s by people like the Timucua, people like the Calusa, people like the Caddo. You dig what I'm talking about? Who would have been doing offshore trading with places like Cuba and Haiti and all these places that the European was, and they probably brought that stuff back to their people. And so they had to come with a way of, you dig what I'm saying? You got to understand American science, especially when it comes to medicine, is not about treating the symptom, right? It's not about treating the symptom. It's about finding the cure. You know what I mean? The source of the problem and treating that. It's different than modern day society. You dig what I'm talking about? So instead of treating the symptom like modern day society does, Aboriginal medicine treated the issue directly, the cause, not the symptom. So we would have, naturally, and probably by those people in them Gulf Coast regions. Shout out to the Choctaw, shout out to the Natchez, shout out to the Timucua, shout out to the Calusa, shout out to the Appalachians. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Quapaw, shout out to the Ochita, shout out to the Washita. You dig what I'm talking about? Ochita, Washita, y'all put it together. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll rock hoes, y'all rock fellas. Now you're trying to take my spot, fellas. You dig what I'm talking about? So, shout to all them people, because it would have came, right? And we're not saying that disease didn't hit places. I'm saying that they did, but they came with cures. And this is why in 1716, Onesimus tells him, yeah, I kind of caught it, but I didn't catch it. Because they gave me a procedure, a process, an operation where they had to slit me, hit me with a little mucus, tighten me back up. I got the shivers a little bit, but then I was straight in a couple days, and then I ain't get measles after that. I ain't get no mumps. I ain't get no smallpox. Right? See, in America, they had a certain type of procedure. The procedure Onesimus described, was variolation, and now outdated technique that has been replaced by vaccination, a type of inoculation, right? Variolation in America involved rubbing pus from one person with the smallpox into an open wound on the arm of an unaffected individual, which is what? Which is, let me show you, which is in contrast. Which is in contrast. Which means it's opposite. Reversed, flipped around. Right? The opposite, different. Right? To the Asians and Africans who inoculated by blowing dried smallpox scabs up their nose. What he say? He say he got that Arawaka pencil flame. Boy, you got that Waka Flocka. Yeah, boy. Yeah, and them be Indian names. Arawaka, Arakwa. Them be Indian names. Shout out my boy Snoopy East. What's going on, kid? You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, man. They sleeping on my people though, man. They sleeping on us. Bro, they try to pigeonhole you to a little cave in Africa, man. Your creator, he the real deal. He that thing. Think about trying to pigeonhole the creator. So if I'm telling you that 2 men in a cave in Africa is the opposite of what the creator did, let me show you what the creator did. Watch this. Let me show you what the creator did. Because that don't even make no sense. Right? The whole out of Africa play, it don't make sense. Right? 2 people started it. Man, that none of that. You right? Watch this. Hold on. Let me get to the thing real quick. Oh, this shit. Okay. All right. I think I got it, y'all. Here it go. Waiting on that OAHSPE to open up. Right? All right. Cosmon telling you you can't pigeonhole the creator. Right? What ain't this right for a creator? Man say it's one thing, and then I show up and show that what you talking about don't mean nothing. I'm gonna show you how it was really done. It would be way different than what man would think, but all the creator would do is to show you and prove to you by what you see. You would show that he was real, the creator, by looking at his creation. Right? I'm telling you, Jah, the most high, the ever present, the ain't no mountain high enough, there ain't no valley low enough, nigga. Him, the dude that makes sun, moons, and stars, he did opposite of what they've been teaching us in these schools. Look, they teach us that 2 people came out of one little stinking little cave in Africa, right? This is what they teach us. But now we got new revelation. Look at this. In the book of the creator, he says, let me blow this up some more. Let me blow this up some more, because this different. This light hit different over here. He said, because I am male and female, don't that make sense? I got to be the up and the down. I got to be the left and the right. I got to be electromagnetism, and I got to be electricity, and I got to be magnetism. I got to be north and south, east and west. I got to be positive and receptive. Huh? I got to spin clockwise and counterclockwise. I have and I must do everything. That's the creator. So when we talking about male and female, man, get out of your carnal mind. We are talking about how energy reacts. Some of it is receptive, some of it is positive, some of it is staying still, some of it is going forth. Some of it is potential, some of it is kinetic. That's the way of all of it. Look what Jah say. Look what your creator say. Come home. Come home. Shout out to the creator gang, man. Shout out to the Essenes, the Nazarenes. You did what I'm talking about. The real faith that's out there all across the world, man. It's your big bro, son of Haonga, huh? Big Cosmonian himself. You did what I'm talking about. Hit me with some vortexes in the chat. Because I'm telling you, because Jah told me, and this sit right with my soul. Not 2 little stanky niggas in a cave somewhere in musty little Africa, little dried up Africa. Ain't even no water over there. Huh? Look. Right? But just because he do it anyway. Watch this. Opposite. I'm telling you, you did the opposite of what they said. Remember, they telling you God is a man. There in the Bible, the religious ideology is God is a man. I'm telling you it's opposite. Creators say, I am male and female. I am man and woman. I'm up and down. I'm left and right. Nigga, you just choosing. I make everything. I do everything. And for that, really and truthfully, I'm your servant because all you really do is choose. You choose to be evil. You choose to be hateful. You choose to be prejudiced. These are learned behaviors you got from your environment. It is what it is, but recognize it. Telling you it's opposite of what they say. Remember, the people who are telling you these things, especially in science, have no God, have no learning. Huh? The last thing they would tell you is that math run all this stuff and that there's a great mind who must think it up. But then, see, to be the creator, you just can't be thinking. You got to do it. You. And then you got to, because you got to explain it to Cosmon. So the same force that you invented everything with, you got to be inventing everything with now. Then he turn around, tell me to look in creation, and I see it. It's everywhere. We already know about it. It's vortex energy. It's spiraling force. Huh? It's called vortex. What you misunderstand is gravity. What you misunderstand as motion. All motion moves spirally. All energy moves spirally. You ever looked at your plants? After you pulled up your plants, don't they spiral into the ground? Aren't they turning? Have you ever looked at how your toilet water goes down? How does it move? You ever watch some water bubble? Don't you got a vortex engine? It's everywhere. You ever heard of Fibonacci spiral? He said, because I'm opposite than what they say. Because I am male and female, I must be. I'm everything. Right? Even in my likeness, I made them thus. What is he talking about? That is made males and made females. But like Yahweh, the creator, each capable of imparting and receiving in generic sense of going forth or giving inspiration, thoughts, energy, etc. Male. This is called electric. Huh? Y'all see that? Of going forth or giving inspiration, thought, energies, positive motion. Huh? Huh? In energy, this is called male, or the energy that moves, kinetic, right? While also what? While also, and this is what makes it etheric, also capable of receiving inspiration or accepting incoming energy, substance, thought, etc., or negative energy, positive energy, negative energy, or receptive, right? Incoming, right? The producer of substance. What? A thing that can be impregnated with positive energy must be receptive. Hence, female. So when they talking about I am male and female, he talking about in positive, in negative of all things, which creates what? What is the pull create? Right? What is that that attraction and push apart between the two create? Motion. Motion creates shape, form, figure, right? The motion creates the force, right? Sound creates the motion. He said, because I am male and female, even in my likeness, I made them thus. Because I am the power, because I am the power. See the difference? He says, I'm the thing that allows the thing to do a thing. It here different. Because I am the power. Not because I made the power to quicken the life, or, because I bought a 25 sack of power to life. You know what I mean? He says, no, I am the power to quicken into life. So, in likeness of me, I made them who? Male and females. In all things, right? The power to bring forth. This is why it's retarded when you ask people, well, is there a creator for all this creation out here? And they say, oh, my mom and my daddy, my creator. Well, who created them? Right? But until you can understand that in the likeness of creator, he gave them a positive and a male or or negative or female aspect, even in the breed of man. One has to go forth, one must be receptive. They both produce life. It is impossible to do it without the other one. This is also proof that the creator is male and female and that he made them thus, right? So he put a male with a female, and that's how you bring forth. You got to have the two. Even science agrees with Cosmon, right? I've been telling you that it's one force, right? They like to use the force electromagnetism, but like I said, they only agree with me. Look it up. Modern science says electricity and magnetism is the same force. Well, take the next logical step, nigga. If two different forces is somehow the same force and can make a combined super force, well, what makes electricity? Uh-oh. Remember, you can't have this energy without motion. What's the first law of motion? All things are in motion. Nothing is at rest. Crazy part is OAHSPE told them in 1882 before they even thought it up. But look what he said. He said, so in likeness of me, I made them male and female, positive, negative, going forth and receptive. The na and the ga. Huh? The Om and the Om and the Na. What about the Na and the Ga? Or the Ma? Oh, excuse me. The Ma, right? The Ma female and the Ya. Starting to sound a little familiar? The male and the female, the Ma, the Ya, the Na, the Ga. Huh? Can't have it without one without the other. Ain't no left without no right. You can't have life and force without motion. Right? It is inside, right? Life, motion is. Huh? Motion is inside life. How do we know? Because Jaja say he is the power to quicken. He is it into life. So the life got to be in him. He got to be it. And when you bring that male and that female together, what it do? Create something. So at best, you a co-creator. Right? Your mama ain't do it by herself. Trust me. There was some hunching going on in this situation. Now, look what he say. I told you it was opposite of what they said. Right? They say 2 niggas in a cave in Africa. Creators say, according to their respective places, I created the living. Places. And they got respective places. So places for them. Right? He said, according to their respective places, so that means more than one, I created the living, not in pairs only. So no, I did not do it how just Adam and Eve in the cave. You did what I'm talking about. No, that's not how it was done. I did it opposite because man can't encompass me, is what the creator said. He said, not in pairs, but in hundreds of pairs and in thousands of pairs and in millions of pairs everywhere. This is your multi-regional theory. This is why y'all got to get past it. It's aboriginal and good. And who gives a damn if you aboriginal? Is you good? I don't want no fuck aboriginals around me either. I take a shitload of good Africans, white folks, anybody good. I don't care what you are. Do you know that there is a creator and is you willing to do good when ain't nobody looking? And then do that good for somebody else when you can. Huh? That's life. That's the faith this way. Can't do that, shut the fuck up talking to me. You just gotta do the best you can, man. This thing get heavy without Jaja. I'm trying to tell you. You better go home. Street lights on. Your daddy and them calling you. Not your brother, not God. God ain't knocking at the door. You had Pop worry. He went and got you. Come on home. You know you're supposed to be with, you know where you're supposed to be when them street lights come on. According to their respective places, I created the living, not in pairs only, but in hundreds of pairs, and in thousands, and in millions of pairs all across the world, male and female, all at the same time. You can't encompass this nigga, bro. Anywhere that there could have been a man that could have survived, remind you, he coming out of nowhere, so he ain't got no clothes on. So he got to be where it can be warm and live at, right? So his skin would generally be brown to blue-black. If he on the equator, it's just where your initial ancestors was created in the beginning of when man was created is your ability to breed back and produce that ancient skin coloring. So there have been white folks from day one. Because guess what? What we would commonly call white today, you dig what I'm talking about? It's not even what OAHSPE is talking about white, but more like a yellowy. You dig what I'm talking about? More like an Asian skin tone coloring. You know what I mean? That would have been your ancient white. You dig what I'm talking about? Even though there was some pale white folks, still today, of every racial stock, it don't matter. Albinism coming in every form. And then there's some stuff beyond albinism where people white. And some of them are the Bantu niggas from the Congo for real. And they are moon white. I'm talking about hair, everything. It's crazy. It's something different than albinism. It's an older stock. You dig what I'm saying? But that also give credence to the Cherokee little men stories where they talk about that their eyes was real sensitive to light. Now, just something that thought to my mind. But look, he said, I made them everywhere in millions and billions of pairs, nigga. According to their what? Respective places and the what? The light. So where you were on the planet, more light, more melanin. You must see, this is why I say black folks is not the people of the sun. Right? We're not the people of the sun. We the people of the moon. White folks is the people of the sun. Why? Because they actually use it. Right? We weather it. And then at night, emit the energy. We the people of the moon. This is why all our Sabbath cycles and everything, how you tell time, run off the moon. Right? You go to the whole Turtle Island understanding where niggas keep calling this place Turtle Island. They don't understand that that's a science that tie into what a turtle's backs look like. There are 13 middle sections, which are moon months, or called months, right? In the middle of every living turtle, 13, right? And on the edges, there are 28 sections, right? And if you count them sections, you can do it nightly by nightly and know where you at in the month. You did what I'm talking about, especially when you know when to start, right? Which is the new moon. So you can just start counting and count from from one of the quarters. You're gonna find out roughly every 7 days or 7 nights or so, you're gonna be in a Sabbath in a quarter moon. Right? This is why they call it Turtle Island, man. Not because some crazy stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? According to their respective places, I created the living. Not only in pairs, but in millions of pairs, and according to the light that fell upon what would be the genetic material which used the womb of the atmosphere as the womb, right? Because remember, This man is coming out the dirt. Boop, 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 boop. When they say that, that's a play on words. He's not really coming out of the dirt. He comes from things that are dead that precede him. You dig what I'm talking about? Like carbon. Carbon ain't living. Carbon don't move on its own. It don't form into nothing. It's not living. You dig what I'm talking about? Your body is made of chemicals, right? Which preceded man as a whole, right? So his body is made up of those things which are dead, right? So that when they applying your body back to the earth, you being dead, those things being dead. This is why they say man popped up out of the earth, right? And the understanding that literally the earth was used to birth man. But the genetic material that it took to put animals and man, somebody had to write that code, the DNA. Somebody had to put them A's, C's, T's, G's, all in the right order to make this thing work perfectly. Right? Somebody does that. No man does that. No man with a computer can do that. AI can't even do that yet. If you let it, you crazy. But where the light fell on the genetic material, and like I was saying, people they're gonna be upset about this. Niggas is the people of the moon. We weather the sun. White folks use the sun to dominate colder regions. They need lesser light so to get a higher body temperature. Right? This is why the difference in the eumelanin and the pheomelanin, because they do different things in different levels of light. One redoubles it on itself, white skin. This is why they burn quickly in high light, right? Because it can be used to take low light and redouble it. Because remember, they in the caves, colder regions, less light, blah, 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 right? But if you was in a darker region, a region with more light, like let's say by the equator, anywhere, right? You would need a more melanated skin tone to weather the sun. And what our skin does is take it in and change it into a genetic a hormone, right? It changes into a hormone, but that is also energy, right? That's a way to really literally charge yourself up with vortex. But because you are weathering sun during the day, being out there a long time, hot places, great light, you dig what I'm talking about? You must now dump, right? See, their skin uses the dump immediately. And so it burns it. It actually uses the sun. It doesn't weather it, it uses it. So it burns it faster. We weather the sun, block it and block off UV rays and take in good light. But that good light must still be emitted. At night, it go crazy under the moon, right? We are etheric people, right? This is why the skin brown. This is also why the skin brown, because of the light, not only in the morning, but at night. You dig what I'm talking about? You in them colder regions, you need that light, that lesser light, to redouble. Woo! Right? In the hotter regions that use use the light greatly during the day, the moon would be your respite. It would be the thing that releases the burn of the day. Hence, no cancer. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't burn in the sun. You weather it, store the good energy, and release it at night. This is why all of our greatest festivals, especially in the Aboriginal American community, are at night. Talking about the biggest ones, the oldest ones, right? Green corn festivals, the three lady festivals. With the second part take during the morning, but it fall on the Sabbath and they started at night, right? The Three Sisters and Adoration to Gautama, all this stuff is old as dirt. You know what I mean? The stories of Amaruka, all that stuff, where they get the name America from, right? This is the in the Algonquin tale, he is the survivor of the Great Flood. You dig what I'm saying? So we gotta get past this. A man is a man. Where he is, right? How he lives, his society will prove what type of man he will be. Now, you must choose in there, but your society affects you. Man is the only animal, and I'm saying he's an animal, right? Living things on the planet are animals, right? He's just the best one. He's a man, right? Man is the only animal on the planet that affects his environment, and the environment also affects him, right? Animals don't affect their environment, especially not negatively. They live in total balance with it, right? Man is the only one who must learn about his environment and then live how he want to live in that, right? So he learns from his environment. You know, ain't nobody had to tell a dog that he like bones or that he hate cats, but you can turn that cat nature off by environment. And this is why they call dogs the most knowing animals. They're just the most empathetic, right? Everybody else a kitty, mistakenly or not. You know what I mean? But according to their respective places in the light on Simu, so I quicken them in their color because of the light, right? And the way I made genetics, right? Where there was the most light, they a little bit brown. Where there's a little lesser light, they're a little bit light. So I quickened them in their color, adapted perfectly to their dwelling places. Each and every living thing I created new. Upon the earth, of a kind each to itself, and not one living thing did I create out of another. That kills your evolutionary theory too. You're out of Africa, trans-African religion, and your tie-in to your religious like indoctrination. Because no, everybody didn't come out of Africa. No, I made them in millions of pairs everywhere. And by where they were, so were they adapted in color to their dwelling places. And I didn't make nothing else out of something else. No, I didn't make something new out of something old. No. Each and everything, including man, I made of a kind to each of itself. And not one living thing did I create out of another. Huh? Right? Now let this be a sign upon earth, so that man in his darkness may not believe that one animal comes from another. Evolution. So look, The Creator gave permission for different animals to bring forth a new living animal, which would be unlike either its mother or father, but he caused that product to be barren. This proves right here, right? And let's just use the mule, right? If you could, even if they're in the same special line and they can mix, the resulting offspring is always sterile, proving that it can't bring forth either with the mother or the father. You dig what I'm talking about? This is a death blow to evolution. So if you quoting Darwinism or something, man, coming to the 2020s, you dig what I'm talking about? Take the red pill. You dig what I'm talking about? Do something different than what you're doing. Because the mule has been instanced as proof that there is no such thing as one animal evolving into another or evolution. Look, accordingly, because all colors and cultures of man can have children together that go on to not be barren, right? That can go on and produce with any other human on the planet, right? Because of all people of all colors and cultures of man can have children together, right? It is obvious that there is only one kind of Homo sapien, namely humankind. But the varieties are sometimes called races, being nevertheless only varieties of one and the same species. Gotta get past the colorism, y'all. See the higher light? This is what they can't do. They can't turn on the higher light. Right? You can argue down here about what's going on with this bullshit and, this Africa this and America this. And you dig what I'm talking about? Ain't none of that making it. Nigga, how did the earth get made? Shut up. Nigga, and how can you use that and benefit in knowing this understanding? How can that benefit you in feeding your family? That's what you need to worry about. That's what an Indian do. Since you worry about being Indian so much, worried about being Africans. Them are some ingenious people. They come up with a lot of shit. You dig what I'm talking about? Many times out of necessity. Where do you think this ideal even come from? We don't hate on nobody. We just not about telling nobody who they is. Especially when don't none of that shit matter. Nigga, do you know the entrance code to heaven? You didn't know it was an entrance code? You didn't know you had to You get up there be looking stupid. Oh, I serve the Creator. Yeah, you thought you was cool because you was with gang, right? Up there faking and fronting. Don't get the fake fronting. Somebody see you, even if it ain't us. So you're going to have to make it right. Either way. You're going to have to clean it up for you. That's the dope part, though. Right? Ain't no end to it. But if you can get it right in this life now, boy, you way ahead of the game. If you can even realize and comprehend that there's something greater than this, you way ahead of the game than most people. If you can comprehend in your mind that God and what creates God are two different things. You got to understand God is part of the creation. Somebody seen him. Somebody heard him walking. He came down to the mountain to talk to Moses. He wasn't already there. So this proves he's not the omnipresent guy, right? talking about something different. When we gonna get back to this higher life? When we gonna get back to loving on each other? I don't give a fuck what you think you is. Is you good? Huh? Show me your ancestors. Don't tell me about your ancestors. Your ancestors rolling over in their grave looking at you. Tell me about none of that. Tell me about what grandma went through. You don't know nothing about what grandma went through. You don't even know who the fuck you is. You better get back into your heritage, your nationality, and your culture. Right? Through that, you find your ethnicity. OAHSPE just happened to say, if you in northern Guatemala or in North America and you got this copper brown skin with this long black nigger hair, you're relatively tall and athletic, right? Huh? You got long black coarse copper color skin, long black coarse nigger hair. Huh? You come in every color. But one thing to prove who you always was that you always praised the Great Spirit. Huh? Nothing but Jah. Huh? Wakan. Huh? The great Wakan Tanka. Huh? The great Egoquim. Hmm? Do you know why they call you Algonquin? Hmm? Do you know that that's an anglicized version of an Algonquin word? Huh? It means the peoples. It means to be of one, unity of the creator. Echo Quim. Pronounced and anglicized as Algonquin. Dig what I'm saying? Huh? The great Manito. The three and one, the thing and a thing and a thing. Huh? The great Gichi. Huh? The world maker. The quickener. The mover. We always knew there was a difference. Right? We always knew that there was a difference between God and Gichi. We always knew that there was a difference between God and Manito. We always knew that there was a difference between the great Wakan Tanka. Huh? The great Egoquim and God. We always knew God was no more than what we was going to be in time to come. You don't praise your brother. Huh? You don't praise your brother as a God. You rise up to his level and y'all both be gods. That's what you do with your brother. Your brother lend you a hand. Right? Your brother lend your hand. He don't want your praise. Your brother wouldn't want your praise. Your brother wants your brotherhood. Facts. Check. If you can't see that, you ain't real no way. And you ain't gonna see it no way. Don't matter how much Cosmon tell you. Don't matter how much you got against me. No matter how much you can't debate NAM source. I sourced up primary on everything. And then in the end of the day, to understand that this is an Englishman who enslaved another black man in America. Boy, they told us the story wrong. Iconoclasm has hid this man. Everybody getting hit. You down with the false gods, you getting hit too. It's FGK all day. You dig what I'm talking about? It's FGK every day, all day to the day I die. I'm creeping up on your set with a mini Mac 10 AR-15. Real good. With the truck, 8 pump on the trunk, and a black beanie disguise. The nigga that you can't see because of them blocks still over. What? They don't know we come from that. Huh? We still the hip-hop generation. We still knowledge and motion, man. We listen. Ain't no stagnation with your creator, man. He couldn't have fell asleep on after 6 days a little punk ass creation. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, y'all don't know about that, Snoop. Y'all don't know about that. You don't know about that. They don't know nothing about that. You dig what I'm saying? But it's a reason that he sent riders out here. Huh? Because I got something for the gangster. Oh. I got something for you. I got something for you. Oh, everybody else turn you down. They shoot you down. They look at you back. No, I know what you is. I know what you is. For real, you are Ahu and a warrior faith. You just lost your cause. You don't know what to fight for yet. That's what's coming out now. This is why you hear the change in hip hop. They don't know what's going on. It feel weird, don't it? It's about to be a pole shift on hip hop. You're gonna have to spit, and it's gonna be something new coming. You feel that? It's something new we on the birth of something new, on the cusp of something new. Somebody gonna play something that's gonna sound so different. You're gonna be like, what? What is that? And it's gonna be on the back of hip hop, man. Huh? They're gonna use the era of hip hop, the atmosphere of hip hop, to birth a new creation. Watch. Just like the creator do. He used the atmosphere of the earth, rained on the genetic material, the building blocks of life, remember all that? Yeah. And by where that light hit that, he brought that in the animation. You a cold nigga. You cold. Shout out to the Pops, man. Shout out, Pops. It's cold dude. Cold dude. Nothing I can say about him. He's a cold dude. You know what I mean? Just learning this stuff is just amazing. You know what I mean? To know that, that relief that you feel when, man, so I ain't going to hell forever. Wait a minute. Wait. It's a way that I can work my way out there? What I got to do? Do something good for somebody else. Live to the best that you possibly can. And if you can, eat some fruit. Huh? That's it? Yeah, you might have to do a little making up on, on the backside, you know what I mean? But nigga, you done put that work in here, man. I don't think cuz will be mad on you on the other side, man. If you really didn't help people out, did it, you know what I mean? You might could sue him out. But like, even for the brothers who have taken lives, brother, it's a redemption process from that. You're not going to hell forever. That's not I'm not saying you can't go to hell. Right? There is a place that is equivalent to what hell, but hell, let's take the spooky out of this, is everything just above the clouds, right down to the earth, 16, 20,000 feet or so, the breathable part of the air. That's called Hades or Hada or hell. So breathing in. No spooky. OAHSPE different. We're not talking about what nobody else talking about. Right? So yeah, I'm going to always have a different view because my ancestors was different than you. I'm bringing back what they knew, how to read the stars, how to work with the rivers, how to work with your hands, how to grow your food. This is science, technology, engineering, and math, man. Shout out to everybody who pumping, right? You just don't know that that's part of your culture. This is what you did. You was the best at it ever. But it's gonna be all right, man. We've been on here for a while, man. Listen, I just want everybody to breathe in, man. I hope y'all got a little something, man. If y'all got a little something up out of this, man, I'll drop it for a minute. Well, actually, I gotta go get the short ones in a little bit. So I've been on here about damn near 5 hours. So look, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 142, nigga, uncovering cop. Find out that this dude historically proven, right, for ambushing and pirateering on good folks. That was against war. That was trying to stop slavery. That was with freedom, liberty. You dig what I'm talking about? To come to find out that this is an Englishman and he owned an American Indian as a slave, quote unquote. Right? To realize that it's usually the people who look just like you. Huh? It's the ones that's right around you that can hurt you. Huh? Keep your head on a swivel. You dig what I'm talking about? Praise. Stay prayed up, man. Keep Jaja in the corner. Keep walking in the light of that path, man. You're going to be all right. This is what they can't do. They can't stop a faith. Boy, ain't it good to know that when you do good, your plans always work? Ain't it good to know that your father ain't let you down? Not once. Remember that thing they been calling conscience? It ain't never been wrong yet, has it? No. I'm going to just answer for you. The question is rhetorical. It has never been wrong. Your conscience has always told you, don't do that. Don't do that. No. Don't go over there. Don't. It ain't never been wrong. Telling you to hear it. Man, OAHSPE here to teach you how to hear it. Teach you how to see it. Teach you how to live it. Teach you how to do it. And then we just vibrate and rise at our own rate, man. This is dope. I've never seen nothing like this, man. If this is normal to y'all, man, I can't. Man, amazing. This stuff is amazing. Look at this nigga. Owned other niggas. This is a white man. This is an Englishman from Europe. From Puritan stock. Praising Christ. A European and son of a European. Owned the slave who end up saving most European lives today from a smallpox epidemic that they was just trying to put on Indians. And I'm not saying that nobody got sick, but an extinction level event, the flat number of 90%, the 90% of the Indians died. How do you know, nigga? You counted all of them in the 1400s? You counted all of them in the 1500s? 1600s? Okay. And then they're supposed to be extinct. There's a whole lot of Indians around here. But there's just a whole lot of Indians around here, and they sure look like niggas. Could this be genocide on paper first? Right? Because remember, they came over here and was trying to be like you. They said they couldn't even tell them apart. When the European came over here the first time, by the time the English and the Dutch got there, they said that with the resulting mix, which they called American, you couldn't tell from the Indian. You couldn't tell the difference. To know that this man in OAHSPE, with a face looking just like any other black man you would see today, could be your enemy in flesh and spirit. It's jaw-dropping. This is Jehovah Chronicles, number 142, uncovering cotton mather. Huh? Something about that story they told us about slavery ain't right, is it? This is a slave master from England. Wait a minute. He English? Not only that, he Christian. Spirit. Let it sink in, y'all. Breathe in. Let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon. I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
just that Jehovih, that chow mein, that papabul, that towel main, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao saying, so ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexian current, see the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people, OAHSPE flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. OAHSPE flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make Emet the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Oh, boy.